What's going on? What's up? What's up? Another late night, another late night exercise. So basically, it's been a minute. It's been a few days. Um, just been trying to get some stuff done over the weekend, and of course, this is Father's Day. The last weekend was Father's Day weekend, so I did, let a few rounds off a few years back, and I have some kids, so picked my kids up, man. We had a good time, and I did a lot. I did quite a bit. Um, it was pretty tiring. Because I just do. I'm the type of person I just do it to the max. I overdo it, uh, and some of that includes overspending as well. Uh, but I budgeted everything down to the penny, and I pretty much I give my ex-wife some money, uh, for my children. And yeah, I mean, I had a lot of things I had to do, but yeah, I mean, this weekend was pretty positive, man. It was pretty live. Um, you know, I showed my daughters my house. They they weren't too thrilled about it. I told them, I said, Daddy will make it look nice and new. Don't worry about it in the condition it's in now. You're gonna see a lot different. Uh, you know, Setup once it's done. But I have to say that is motivating to see have my daughters, man, see my house and be kind of get on me. I don't. I'm not the type of parent that doesn't take collective criticism from their children. My children say something, that's their opinion. I respect their opinion as long as they're not disrespectful. If they got an opinion about something, if they how they look at things, I respect it. Some people hit their kids and punish their kids because they don't like what their kids said, knowing it's true. They don't like their kids telling them the truth, so they feel some type of way about it, so they lash back at their children. I'm not that type of person. I already know. My house is work in progress, um, limited budget, uh, a lot going on. But I did tell them, I mean, I own this house. I don't have any mortgage. They don't really know that much about that, but they was they were in their mind. They like everybody. You should have because they live good. They live spoiled. My children, my daughters, man, they never really had to want for nothing. I came up. I lived like when I was like 5 years old. I remember living down the street from like right around the corner from a project building, um, in the low end of the south side of Chicago. And I mean, yeah, I seen a lot of struggle. Moved to the burbs in like '85, and you know, moved to Harvey, Illinois in like '85. And then I still saw struggle. I saw like black suburban struggle, and it was just like my children, man, my daughters, man, they not they not used to no struggle whatsoever. When I took them to Gary, they were like they wanted to hold my hands because they knew this was like not normal. That's not what they used to. And it's normal for that's how it's supposed to be. I sometimes people They what was normal for some people is abnormal to other people, and yeah, they not they not used to hardly anything as far as related to any type of struggle. Struggle to them is like not getting a toy that they want when when they want it. You know, being able to having to put up their snacks because they can only have so many. Like that's their struggle, man. They absolutely you know basically live really well. I pay their mom some money every month. I get it. I pretty much get them whatever they want for the most part. Whatever was in reason. They small, so they don't really want much. I mean, they pretty practical. They just want some Legos, you know, some dials, they like coloring and drawing and stuff. Um, I don't like them to eat McDonald's, but I think the last time we worked out where we went to Wendy's instead of McDonald's. But um, yeah, they don't really eat that much anyway. But whatever they want, I mean, I pretty much give it to them. I think my youngest daughter, she wanted like she wanted some breakfast. She missed breakfast, so I was like, okay, well, it was like 9 o'clock or something. So we went to Denny's. Got them a little breakfast or whatever, and they both shared it. Made a mess, but whatever. Um, yeah, they really, what I'm saying, they kind of they kind of they ask questions, and they got their opinion about things as far as how they look at things, and you know they they're you got to work your way to please them, like because they spoiled me and my ex-wife. We made sure that we got things squared away. By the time they came through, it was like almost like putting on an act. It was kind of tripped out. It was like everything that needed to be worked out. We was trying to work that out while they came home from the hospital. Like literally within I'm talking about getting things squared away to the teeth. We made sure that they had whatever they needed, and even to be honest, that's one of the reasons why I'm not with my ex-wife, is because we didn't get along, and seeing us arguing and stuff like that, that's just not what we wanted, and I ain't want to be around her doing that with my daughter's present. So that was another reason why I decided not to stay with her. I didn't want my daughters to see all of that riffraff. So yeah, it was something. My daughter, every children, all children want their parents to be together, but unfortunately, yeah, that's not something that's most likely going to happen ever. But uh, yeah, it's it's uh it's some things that they want, but they can't necessarily have that as far as how they want it. But hopefully they can grow and to understand that. But yeah, I mean, had a pretty good weekend. Um, I killed like two groundhogs with my air rifle. I killed one on Friday. I was trying to dig under my house, under the foundation of my house, and then I killed another one like the next day. It's like Saturday morning. I killed another one because I like woke up, and I saw another one. I'm like, damn, another one. I figured it was more than one. So yeah, I just opened my window, and then I popped him right outside my window, and he ain't hear me or nothing or whatever. And that air rifle, man, it pretty much is really powerful. So I just one shot, just plugged him right in the gut, and yeah, he squirmed around a little bit and was just pretty much died. So I put him in like a fire pit, and some flies was getting in it and probably eating and laying eggs. But I set a fire tonight or last night rather, and kind of burned them up a little bit. I didn't burn it up, to ashes because didn't really have enough wood and kind of need like one of those campfire starters, those like campfire logs, because those keep the burn consistent. But I used them already, so I didn't get any more. But I used some gasoline. But yeah, I mean it was a pretty busy weekend, man. Very, very, very busy. Uh, I got another car, so been whizzing around with that. Um, Still trying to figure things out with that because I owe some money on it, so I got to figure out, what I'm gonna do. But um, I'm pretty sure, I could probably pay it off sooner than in the 24 months I got to pay on it. But yeah, I got some work to do. Market opens tomorrow or later today rather. Um, you know, it's just a work in progress. You know, so but pretty much had a blast, man. You know, um, One of the things that I'm finding myself, uh, I'm having to deal with is I got like things are just kind of filling up. Got so much shit. Gotta think I need to have a garage sale because I just got way too much stuff. And I need to have me a garage sale, like a real organized garage sale. 'Cause I got way too much stuff. Like so, I just need to kind of get rid of some things and kind of minimize. 'Cause it's like now my garage is full. I can't even put anything hardly in there, and um, only thing left is the basement, and my basement is beyond finished. It's really not even a basement yet. It's like, man, there's a bunch of dirt down there. I need to get down there and like get some laborers help me get that floor just kind of level and graded, get that dirt up out of there, get all of the stuff on the floor, like a bunch of concrete and stuff just laying around. I gotta clear that out. So yeah, man, it's just kind of only thing I can say is like kind of nerve wracking, man, when you got a house and basically you doing everything with a low budget, and it's pretty much like you do stuff according to your own labor and time. And I ain't gonna lie, when I work, I come home, I really don't be feeling like, man, doing the work, man. I just be so tired from working, and it's not even, to be honest, working is just like staying awake. A lot of my job consists of just staying awake. I mean, I don't really work that hard. I mean, most of my work is mental. Like I just basically mainly image laptops and desktops all day, just store them. And, you know, that's mainly what I do. Just laptop imaging, desktop imaging. That's what I do for a living for the most part. Then I sell stuff on eBay, but I mean, it's mainly just kind of staying awake is the biggest thing. But but when I come home, really don't have that much energy and don't really feel like doing any work. But I'm trying to get myself to, kind of um, get some type of schedule to where every day I get home and I just kind of hang tape and mud so I can finish this drywall because that's what I'm trying to get in my mind to do, to just basically hang tape and mud so I can get this house, where I can kind of move forward to the next step because um just things is just kind of just taking so long because ideally that's the thing about having a loan for a rehab or having the money already together for rehab. As long as you got the funding for a house rehab or home renovation, you just basically go from one project to the next. You just go from one project to the next to the next to the next, and you got the funding to just keep it going, right? So you don't really have to do much. You just basically just have these different things that the house need, and you have it broken down into projects, and you just basically you just go from project to project, and then you just till it's done, till everything is done, right? So that's if you got the money. If you don't have the money, you got the experience or whatever to do it. Of course, it goes into time and material, and you know that still is kind of rough because you only have so much time. You also have energy. You only have so much energy, and um, that can kind of be rough if you're working a job or whatever. So it's like a trade off. So, but either way, it could be done. Many people have done it, and of course, I've been doing it. I've been chipping away at things, but it's just like, man, paying somebody is just a lot better. I swear to God, man, if I had the means, man, I would just pay. I would pay, pay, and pay again to just have somebody help me do the work, you know, so I can just kind of like help out whatever's needed or go get material, whatever the case may be, and just have stuff done because um, most people don't even work on houses at all. They just have a construction company do everything, or they buy a house that's already fully renovated. They don't touch anything, So that's usually how that goes. So yeah, it's kind of frustrating at times, but what I find myself, able to do is that I just know what I need to get done. I know, basically I've gotten this far. I need to, you know, basically hang tape, mud, and then also need to get some under some floor prep. So basically get some floor prep to just put down, and that'll make a big difference because my floors are just kind of old and dusty. So once I put that floor prep down there, clean that basement out, basically, um, I'll be just basically ready for paint, ready for priming. Finish the taping and hanging and mudding. Then I'll go right into flooring and installing the kitchen cabinets and the bathroom is just a matter of just hanging some mold resistant drywall and taping and mudding in there. Eventually, I want to put some tile on the floor there, and also even on the walls. But I think first I'm just gonna go with just drywall. Um, but yeah, I mean it's a process, and uh, it takes time. Uh, you know, I'll say this. One of the things I'll say is that since I've been getting it on this bike, um, I'm gonna be honest, like I feel a lot better. My blood flow is a lot better, and um, just overall, it's just a lot of positives from getting on this bike. I mean, a lot of times, you know, I have a gym, but I haven't really. I think I went one time, um, and it's like this bike is just more convenient. It's already here. Um, you know, it's like going to the gym. Some people are able to do it, but I just find working out at home a lot more feasible, a lot more practical, a lot more easier. So that's what I feel. That's what I've been doing, and it's definitely been paying off. Um, it's been paying off for now, and I just kind of just wish I've been doing this for like the last 10 years. I think I would have a lot more impact in the last 10 years if I just kind of did this, just just kind of worked out whenever I wanted to, just get on the bike. I think that would have been. I think I probably would have had less problems, less issues. Right now, I'm just kind of doing some nitric oxide exercises where kind of lifting my arms up, swinging my arms, you know, getting the blood flowing, getting the nitric oxide moving, you know. So yeah, it's it's pretty warm. I think it's like 80 degrees outside. Oh no, it's like 70 degrees outside or something like that. So I don't have no AC on, so I can definitely feel the heat, and feels pretty good. You know, I don't see anybody. I seen one or two people come in and out, but I don't think people most likely getting ready to go to work. They're getting ready to they get ready to go to sleep to go to work. Some people I don't know. Some people they don't they have like a flexible schedule or something like that because they be live streaming all throughout the night. I'd be like, wow. But some people also, if you work, they're a school teacher. I think the schools are out for the summer, so they got some type of free time over the summer. If they don't work summer school or after school, or I don't know what they do. They got summer camps and stuff. So yeah, I just do this like to gain strength, and just just kind of overall, you know, I talked about the shin, the jing, and the chi. Uh, these exercising, it helps all three of those. I'm gonna take a short break. Um, take a short break real quick. I think I'm gonna take my shirt off and spray something real quick. Shit. Whew. Oh shit. Shoot. It's like whatever I do, I notice that it's kind of like people start doing the same thing. Uh, so I guess that's a good thing because I think people need to do more exercise, change their diet. So I guess this is something I ain't got no problem with people copycat on listening to clouds and copy away. You know, buy you an exercise bike, get your fat ass on it, and then go live and then talk away. But being a fat ass and just talking shit on the internet, that shit is so lame. That's some lame shit. That's why I felt guilty. Like I felt guilty just sitting back, just talking, and then not doing what I know I need to get done. You know what I'm saying? Like, could you imagine? Could you imagine a motherfucker like it's people? Believe it or not, you don't know. They won't never tell you. But it's people living in abject poverty and like literally living in abject poverty, and they going live in their house. I mean, well, you can't really do much about that. But I'm talking about like imagine imagine somebody got a house that's dirty as hell. I mean, I'm not talking. I'm talking about the house is renovated. But they live like a total just hoarder, and just the house is dirty. Got got just stuff all over the place. You gotta understand that's how people live. That's how some of these people that you probably follow, that's how they live. That's their reality. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like I think that you should go live and then do what you need to get done. Like one of my homies, man, he an electrician. He he listens to people, you know, listens to YouTube while he at work, while he actually working. Like he installing electricity and he listening to people on YouTube. Like I literally think like it's some people that they need to go live and do what they need to get done. Because it's like okay on my Facebook page, Broke Genius's Facebook page. It's a reel, and this reel really got me, because it was the reel is with David Groggins, and he basically said, shut the fuck up, stop listening to yourself talk, and go fucking do the work. Get your fat ass up and go do the work. Like, I mean, I ain't gonna lie. As a ex Navy veteran myself, like that shit resonated with me really, really hard. Like, pause. Because I'm like, man, I mean, I feel guilty, what I'm saying, going live, and then, what I'm saying, I know I know it's stuff I need to do. Like, I just like that shit irks me. Like, I mean, I know people go live and shit and they got all kind of problems, but it's like, man, it's some people actually, believe it or not, YouTube YouTube going live ain't you ain't necessarily all the time gotta go live. You can actually, people will benefit from you, seeing you cleaning your house up. Seeing the actual self improvement. You know what I'm saying? That's why, like, I cannot go just. I can literally get up in the middle of the night and go live like everybody else and just talk about whatever and do that. But I'm not about to do it because I got work to be done. Even if it ain't drywall, it's me. I need to be worked on. My body needs exercise. I need to be, exercise, you know what I'm saying? Because I mean, the benefits of it, I mean, all I need, it only took about a day or two to be just on the exercise bike for an hour or two, and to see the benefits of it. I was like, oh, I'm hooked. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause this is kind of extreme exercise, because getting on the exercise bike for an hour or two is the equivalent of like running miles. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should be able to run a mile in less than 10 minutes. So technically, like, you going if you running for an hour, you should be able to run about, what, 5 or 6 miles in an hour. You know what I'm saying? So getting on the exercise for an hour is literally, you could say that's extreme exercise. Because I mean, most of the time people get on the exercise bike for like what, uh 15 minutes, 10 minutes to, like, exercise bike is technically like a warm up exercise, or just to get your blood flowing after you stretch before you start working out. And then you have some classes where they do exercise, they do like all kind of stuff they do fast biking and all that type of stuff or whatever. jazzercise and stuff, and that might be an hour, that might be however long that goes, it might be a class. But yeah, you know, getting on this bike, I mean, it's definitely, man, the benefits of it, it's amazing. Um, I could just say again, like losing a belt size, like going down a belt size, or um, losing actual body fat, um, getting you know being faster. You literally are faster. You got more pep in your step. Um, more testosterone. Being more androgynous. Uh, more strength. More vigor. You know what I'm saying? More blood flow. So literally, if you having problems with, like, what I'm saying, erectile dysfunction, there you go. Solves that problem. Shit, I ain't gonna lie to you, like, um it solves that problem extremely well. My erections have increased like substantially since I've been working out. I mean, I'm just talking about just getting on the bike an hour, 2 hours, a few times a week, you know, or more than even a few times a week has done significant impact. So another thing that working out does is it basically it basically increases your metabolism. You know what I'm saying? Basically, that means more bowel movements. You know, more bowel movements. Pretty much more frequent bowel movements. Literally, I ain't gonna lie to you, no cap. That's why I kept muting the mic. I had to go take a shit. So I literally was on the bike, and then I was, working out, moving the muscles, um, moving, blood flow pumping, and you know, been been in the house eating it up. You know what I'm saying? And pretty much, shoot. Uh, when you exercise, basically, like I say, your metabolism is basically working itself out. You know what I'm saying? So your body is basically burning calories, burning fat, burning energy, which is that's what food is. Stored energy. That's what fat is as well. So you're gonna be going. That's how you literally. That's how you lose weight. You pissing and shitting it out, and you also sweating it out. I mean, that's literally how you know. It's no rocket science involved. It's like literally, I'm telling you, like you literally sweating it out, pissing it out, and defecating it out your body. More frequent than you normally do. And then there's some things you could take to increase that. I mean, energy drinks is pretty good with that. I'm not talking about no Red Bull or nothing like that. Primarily Gatorade, Powerades. Start right there. Water is good as well. You know, um, but yeah, I mean that's another thing that basically it happens. Your metabolism, basically increases. Literally, if you got diabetes, like that's one of the ways you can get off of diabetes. Like If you can get off, you can get it to where it's not detectable, or get off of the medication by just basically diet and exercise. Literally. Cause see, one of the things I know, and this is what a lot of people know, this is why the warrior, calls people or looks at people like they're lame. I don't talk about nobody, but I do know. I just keep quiet about it. But the warrior doesn't care about what your complaints are. You know what I'm saying? Because they understand life and death. They're warriors. They've been in war. They fought wars. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about you complaining, because your complaints don't mean shit to them. Because basically they've been in life and death situations. Your little small problems don't mean shit to them. And then also, you gotta understand, it's about being strong and it's about being weak. Anything that you say that is weakness doesn't really mean much, because you got two choices. You can either be strong or you can be weak. And as my sensei said, and I've heard this even before my sensei said this, said, basically the strong rules the weak and the wise rules them all. So it's like, basically, a lot of times people have these like knowledge and understandings, and they tell you this is how you can get off of the insulin. You can get off of, basically what diabetes is. This is what I found out. This is kind of scared me to a certain extent. To it, not so much scared me, but it cautioned me. I just say, basically what diabetes is multiple a multitude of inflammation. It's basically a whole bunch of different areas in your body at one time being inflamed. That's pretty much kind of what diabetes is. And one of the ways that you get sick is you get it through your mouth first. That's where it starts. Then it goes into your guts and goes into your heart, and then that's where sickness starts. That's why people fast. That's why I always recommend fasting, because fasting does what diet doesn't do. So if you're sick, diet might not be that effective. Fasting might be more effective because it immediately stops. It puts things to a halt that's in your body, because fasting with detox will do two things. Fasting stops anything coming into the body. It puts it at a halt. So that means, like, if you go on a liquid fast or dry fast, whatever, if it's like a 48-hour dry fast or whatever, or however long you could do a liquid fast, you stop bringing anything into your body. And then what the detox does is it basically eliminates anything that's already in your body. It forces it out. It drives it out. So, for example, uh, you might have some parasites in your body. You might have, some different diseases in your body. Well, the detox comes in. You take it, then it expels those harmful bacteria, those harmful diseases, uh, the harmful parasites, and flushes it out of your body. And this is called wealth, ladies and gentlemen. This is wealth 101. Because it don't matter if you're trying to pursue money or if you already have money. If you're sick, just think of it from a man's perspective. If you're sick and let's say you can't fuck, you can't keep your dick up, so you can't even please the woman that you have. That means you got to go get somebody to please her, or she's gonna already do it. You can't even please her because you're sick. You can't. You got everything that life provides that a lot of people don't have, and you feel some type of way about yourself because you can't please your woman because you're sick, but you got money. You was told wealth is the ultimate goal, and didn't nobody tell you that health was the ultimate goal. And then basically you pursue the whole life full of you know getting money, making deals. You got the money, you made the deals. You had the celebratory dinners at the steakhouse, with the $100 prime rib and all of that stuff. And from that lifestyle, you have, all of those, dinners that you had. You have the lingering fat, uh, the lingering parasites from those celebratory dinners, those anniversary meals. You never fasted. Only time you fasted was when you're sick. Because see, that's when you get sick. That's one of the reasons why people get sick. That's the body's defense mechanism to yourself. The body just gets sick so you don't have to fucking eat anymore. So the body forces you to go on a fast. That's actually getting the reason why people get sick. One of the reasons. It's the body forcing you to go on a fast because you're not listening to yourself, you're not listening to anybody else, you're not listening to your body, and the body just be like, you know what? All right, we just gonna get sick real quick. Then you get sick, go to the hospital, or you try to, deal with it the best way you can at home. And obviously you're not eating that much. You probably got the flu, you know, what I'm saying? Basically, the whole thing is feed a cold, starve a flu. So the flu is literally your body's way of forcing you to go on a fast to where you probably, only can eat chicken noodle soup at best. Probably can't eat chicken noodle soup because you can't hold it without throwing up. So yeah, that's your body forcing you to go on a fast. When your body just basically gets sick. And here's the thing. I'm definitely, this is still a financial channel for the most part, but the thing is that it's also a health channel. I'm in a wide variety of different lanes. One of my lanes is health. One of my biggest lanes is health. The reason why I got so many subscribers than other people is because of health. It's really literally because of health. So I come back to it quite often, and really, to be honest, I should just kind of just focus on it and stay on it. And that's kind of what I've been doing. I haven't really been doing much other videos as of like the last week or two. Just been doing exercise videos, literally. I just basically just by proxy of what I know I need and kind of combining that with my channel and everything is I just made this fucker a exercise channel. That's because I wanted to do that. Like that's what I need. And in order for me not to feel guilty about going live, I have to exercise. I will feel absolutely guilty opening up a live stream and just talking to you about some bullshit when I'm not moving my fucking feet. When I know I need to move my feet. Now, I will be honest with you. If I probably lived in a nice neighborhood, I probably would go take a walk or something. Maybe not, because in summertime, the mosquitoes, people don't, I don't know, probably wouldn't do that. It's probably too dark. Scratch that. Probably wouldn't do that. But, um, I'll probably, you know what I'm saying? I will eventually have video and all of that type of shit because, I understand, like, you ain't seen it, you don't believe it. But I swear to God, I'm literally on a bike, moving my legs up and down. Got my shirt off because it's kind of hot. And, you know, yeah. But anyway, yeah, it's literally like that. Like, you're healthy, you can enjoy life better. Not healthy, you know, somebody else got to fuck your woman if she's not loyal enough. She's got to go get some dick somewhere else because you can't provide her, you know, the pleasure that she needs. Most women are probably not loyal enough to, even some women, even if you're giving them the best dick of your life, they still want somebody else. I was watching this light skinned chick that has a podcast, and she's a well known podcaster in Atlanta, and she's like in an open relationship, and she's just non-monogamous. She just that's what she's into. She's not really her and her partner. That's who she chose. She chose to be in a non-monogamous relationship. She got kids. She got a husband, and she's open for other dudes. Like she fucks other dudes. And I ain't gonna lie, like I thought about it. I mean, this woman looks good. I mean, she looks good. Like, okay, she's definitely a looker to a certain extent. She's older, but I'm thinking to myself like, damn, I could actually fuck your wife. Like she's on the market, but she's off the market. And I'm thinking to myself like, I wouldn't do it per se. I wouldn't do it, but you know, I know she's still, dealing with dudes. Like, I mean, I think like she probably like is dealing with like celebrities in Atlanta and athletes and shit. And she got a dude that's kind of he kind of looks like kind of like a pretty boy. She's light skinned, he's light skinned too. I don't know if he kind of goes both ways or whatever, but like, yeah, they both are non-monogamous and shit. So it's like, yeah, some women you can't satisfy, but you know, um, I don't know if I want to like have sex with somebody's wife. I'm kind of I don't really know about that. Like that's not something that I'm into. But yeah, I mean, most of the time, the thing is that yeah, you get older, and then if you got a woman that's younger than you are, you got to satisfy her. Well, you know, you can't satisfy her if got arteries all clogged up, and you know your dick can't get hard for less than fucking 5 seconds. It's like you gotta get your fat ass up and go walk. If go enjoy your neighborhood. Go take a walk. Go take get you know get you an exercise bike. The thumbnail of this video, that's a what kind of bike is that? It's not a Peloton, but it's some type of bike. I can't think of the name of it, but I think it's like what's the name of that damn bike? Let's see here. Yeah, Bowflex. Good old Bowflex, you know what I'm saying? Get you a Bowflex. That bike in that thumbnail is only like $700. You know, it's a nice bike. It's got video and shit. You can watch video. You can watch TV on it. I mean, maybe update your social media while you're working. I don't know. But the thing is that get something. You know, get your fat ass up. Quit listening to people. And fucking, you could listen, but just listen while you getting stronger. Why these people, why you hate watching somebody from the clouds, you can get stronger on your exercise bike while they fat ass is still talking about, needless goofy shit. You can just, listen to them, and you can get stronger and faster, you know, while they entertain your ear sockets. Uh, that's all I'm saying, because that's all I'm doing. I mean, it ain't all I'm doing, but I refuse to be a fat ass and be talking to you on live and not doing nothing. Eventually I'm gonna go live and then you're gonna be watching me install some drywall and tape and mud. I won't be able to touch my phone because I'm gonna have fucking mud on my hands. So, basically, you're gonna see me doing some shit because I got shit to do. I'm not rich. I'm not one of these fake motherfuckers on YouTube that pretends like they're already rich. Now it is some rich people on YouTube. Shout out to Boyce Watkins. Boyce Watkins is rich. Okay, I'm not rich. I got shit I gotta do. I can't just fucking be talking all day on YouTube about needless shit. You know, um, I got things I gotta do. So in order for me to do those things, yeah, I'll talk to you while I'm doing some shit that needs to be done. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to tell you. You know, because it's not good for me. It's not good for you to be bullshitting you. I got shit I gotta do, man. I got stuff that needs to be done. I got businesses to run, got a house to, renovate. I got a lot of stuff, man. I got like about 2 acres of grass that I have to cut every couple weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like, you being a homeowner, man, it sucks sometimes. You know, especially being, a non-rich homeowner, because it's like, man, I mean, I literally do. I had to. Let me see what this is. Is that a raccoon or a groundhog? Because yeah, I had to shoot groundhogs, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the shit I gotta do. I gotta shoot groundhogs. Because normally what people do, they call an exterminator, an animal exterminator, and then they go um you know they go trap the animal or whatever, and that's what they do. I think that's a raccoon. Yeah, I think that's definitely a raccoon. I believe that is. Now I'm not quite sure kind of looks like a raccoon. Because if it's a groundhog, I mean, I gotta pop it. Any groundhog I see, man, I gotta shoot it. I ain't necessarily got no beef with no raccoons at the moment, but raccoons are just as evasive as groundhogs because a raccoon will get inside your attic. You know, they'll get inside your attic, they'll chew through your roof, get inside your attic, and then they'll be living inside your house, basically. You know, and they're huge. You know, I've seen some huge, like I had that problem at one of my houses. I had raccoons literally living in the attic. So I mean, I had to throw some like um I had to do. Let me see, what is this fucking animal? It looks like a raccoon. When the light comes on, I got like one of them lights that automatically comes on. It'll show me what it is. I'm pretty sure that's a raccoon. Yeah, yeah, that's a raccoon. It's a raccoon. But yeah, they could be just as evasive as a groundhog because they're another animal that'll try to get inside your home, and it's the same thing, man. You got to trap them. I don't know if you could, like in Indiana, they have a unlimited kill policy for groundhogs. You can kill as many as you want, but I don't know if that's the same thing with raccoons. But they basically go inside your attic to nest, and you gotta trap the mother, and then you gotta get the pups, the raccoon babies, and then you gotta relocate them. But some people they just kill them. They kill them raccoons. Like it's people, them white dudes, man, that live in these suburbs and shit. They just be killing the mods, and I don't blame them. Like, cause one of the things about raccoons, they breed a lot, and when you see one, you see like it's like a whole gang of them. It's like 10 or more. So their population can just kind of get out of control, and then they go in your garbage and shit, and like if it's an abandoned home, they'll go inside your house and you know basically get in the attic. And of course cats do that too, but cats will, any animal will get in a vacant house. Squirrels, birds, cats, raccoons, groundhogs. They tend to stay on the ground. They'll be in a barn. If you got like a barn or a garage, they'll try to get in the garage, but they try to bury under your house. And then you know they'll bury under your lawn, so you'll be cutting grass, and then all of a sudden you dip down, and then you like, damn, what happened to the grass? It's like all these dips, and that's because you're walking over a groundhog layer, a groundhog tunnel. A lot of times the cows in the pasture, like in a farm, they want the groundhogs eliminated because the groundhogs will have all of these holes in the pasture, and then the cows will walk through them or run and break their leg. So it's all these holes and stuff, right? So they'll pay people to come out and kill these groundhogs. So yeah, it's a big deal. But um, I've been looking the last day or two. I have not seen any more groundhogs. I killed two, and I haven't seen any more. But I bought my air rifle primarily for the groundhogs. You know, that was why I bought my air rifle to eliminate groundhogs. So I got a smoke bomb that I gotta go. It's a like a hole under a tree that I gotta put a smoke bomb in, see if it's some that come out. So I can see if it's some more, and I'm gonna kill those if they come out that hole. But yeah, I haven't seen any more groundhogs. But the raccoons, man, they could do some damage too. They get inside your roof and try to, because they supposed to live in the trees. As long as they live in their natural habitat, raccoons' natural habitat is the tree. As long as they stay in the trees, they'll live in a hollow tree, or there'll be like a hole in the tree or something. As long as they stay there, they fine. You know, they're gonna come around and forage for food. But when they get in your house, it's on site for them too. You know, some neighborhoods they just kill them because it just be too many of them, and then they go in the garbage and all that. And they got white boys be having some high power rifles, air rifles, and they be killing the mobs, man. You know, they be up killing the mobs, man. So, like, man, YouTube got all kind of content, man. It's more than just people talking. There's people shooting squirrels, groundhogs, rabbits, raccoons, coyotes, rats, all kind of people, man. It's like a whole. It's whatever you could think of, man. YouTube, it's people on YouTube actually doing it. Because when I first got my air rifle, I had bought the wrong ammo for it, and I was trying to figure out how it worked. And it turned out it was like I had bought the wrong ammo. So I went to Walmart and I got some different ammo, and I loaded it up, and I noticed that it shot how it was supposed to shoot. So when basically I just left it alone until I saw the groundhog. So I usually see him in the morning. Then I started catching them, and basically, yeah, it's just a lot of people, man, doing stuff on YouTube. Like, one of the things though, man, they be killing cats, and they was killing cats in Australia. That fucked them up, because they was killing them cats, and they had a real bad rodent infestation, and like a couple years ago, and it's like y'all dumbass start killing all them cats. That's what happened. Now they had all of these damn rodents just taking over the grain sheds, and just, man, it was real crazy, man. It was like a rodent Armageddon in Australia, and they was killing a lot of cats, and yeah, the cats do kill a lot of native species and shit, but the thing is that the Europeans brought the rats to Australia, and they brought the cats to Australia too. So it's like, I mean, you ain't have to kill all the cats. I mean, maybe kill some, but it's like you worried about cats, but you forgot about the rats and the mice. That was the problem. And then the once the cat's gone, the you know what I'm saying, like my mother used to say. My mother used to say, once the cat's away, the mice will play. Them damn mice start overrunning Australia, and I was thinking to myself, like, damn shit, them old white motherfuckers that was killing them cats on the video, That shit backfired. So you do need like an ecosystem to kind of balance itself out. See the coyotes and the wolves and the mountain lions and the bears used to eat the the groundhogs. They call them woodchucks. Depending on where you are, they might call them woodchucks, groundhogs, and another name for them is uh woodchucks, groundhogs, and I think that's it. It's like it's wood in North America they call woodchucks and groundhogs, but in Europe they call something else. They call like marmots or something like that. But they ain't nothing but a groundhog. But yeah, man, you need like a healthy ecosystem because the Europeans didn't want their children get eaten up by wolves and coyotes and bear and mountain lions. They started eliminating them, but because the Midwest, all throughout the United States, they had all of these animals. I mean, America was just how Alaska was. Alaska has all of those, wildlife. They have even polar bears. You got bears, lions. I mean, not lions, mountain lions. They got bobcats. Uh, they got wolves, coyotes. Foxes. All of these animals, make up a healthy ecosystem. You know what I'm saying? So when you don't have that ecosystem, then the job is left to man to manage the ecosystem, and man does a terrible job at managing, ecosystems. So, you know, most people most people would not go buy an air rifle and start shooting groundhogs. I'm a country. One of the things about me, I'm kind of country. You know what I'm saying? So, and then plus I was in Boy Scouts and in the military. So, I mean, you can't go shooting in an urban area. You can't go shooting like, you know, um, with a firearm or whatever, because it's an urban area. So you kind of have to use an air rifle. But most people are not going to do that. If they got some money, they're just going to pay for an exterminator to trap them. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're going to do. In an exterminator, they're going to charge you about anywhere between $300 to $500 to trap some groundhogs, some measly small little groundhogs. I mean, not small, but because them things is heavy. But that's what they're gonna charge you to eliminate the groundhogs. But the thing is that like most people ain't gonna start shooting groundhogs. They ain't gonna buy no damn air rifle. I mean, the air rifle I bought was $200. You know what I'm saying? I just was like, you know what? If I'm gonna buy a rifle, I'm gonna buy a decent one, so I can just all I gotta do is aim and shoot. And that's pretty much what I bought. I mean, I bought something that is powerful enough to kill. Shit, you could shoot deer with the air rifle that I got. It's a hunting rifle. You take 22 pellets. You know what I'm saying? So you could actually go hunting with it. You can shoot a damn whole goddamn deer with that damn thing. If you shoot it good enough, you could bring down a whole deer. But the thing is that uh yeah, I just bought them just for the groundhogs. But I mean, I probably had that thing for a long time. I mean, who knows? I might have to shoot something else. I mean, I do have deer that come on my grass, especially if I don't cut the grass. They like the long grass blades. really ain't even grass. I mean, it's like weeds mixed with grass. But they'll come around and feed on the lawn. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to drop no damn deer, man. You know, I ain't really, I ain't really that meat crazy like that. You know what I'm saying? Like deer got some good meat. Venison is very good, but I'm not, I'm not on that time. Not trying to kill no deer. But I mean, basically, it's basically just groundhogs. Ain't no rabbits because I think because there's so many cats, there's so many cats in Gary that it's not that many rabbits. I rarely see any rabbits in Gary, and that's I think because it's just so many stray cats. It's you rarely, to be honest, see any squirrels. You don't see that many squirrels either. I think that's because of the cats, because they prey on squirrels and rabbits aggressively, like real aggressive. I mean, to be honest, I think they should round up all the rabbits that's like overpopulated and just release them into Gary. Shit, because Gary, I don't see no damn rabbits, man. Gary, I do not see no rabbits, but I see a bunch of cats. You know, Gary got a lot of cats, a lot of stray cats, a lot of dogs too. And I done seen all kind of dogs. Any dog you can think of, any stray dog you can think of, I done seen them. I done seen. I done had. I done saw cane corsos running around. I mean, straight cane corsos just outside. Pit bull. Oh, that's just another day. I see straight pit bulls. Damn near. It don't. I don't go a week without seeing a straight pit bull. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they got a lot of stray animals, dogs, cats. But even a dog will catch a rabbit though. So yeah, it's not that many rabbits, but I mean it's a lot of I be seeing a lot of hawks. See a lot of hawks. You know, hawks they'll pick up a they'll pick up a cat. Yeah, big hawk will pick up a cat or definitely some kittens as well. But yeah, man, being a homeowner, you got to either pay somebody to do it or you gonna do it yourself. I was thinking about buying a trap, but I'm like, I ain't, I ain't about to buy no trap, man. And once I saw they kept coming up under the house, you know, I wasn't trying to trap them. Shoot, I wasn't even thinking about trapping them. I was like, man, let me kill these mods. So that's what I did. Shit. I was patient. Most people wouldn't even have the patience I had. They would have been killed them. I gave these damn animals like 2 years. They just kept doing the same stuff. I fill one hole with cement, and then they come back. It was like, all right, well, I know what I need to do now. Shout out to the one person that's watching me in the clouds. Shout out to you. Yeah, I just I gotta try to figure out this whole market thing. Oh, that was you, Iori. That was you. What's going on, man? What you doing up, man? Oh man, I just my schedule is, I don't know. I just seem to just my body wants to schedule it once. Just I wanna it wants to be up for 4 hours, go to sleep for about 4 hours, work another 4 hours. Oh, okay, you a forex guy. I forgot you do forex, man. Okay. Oh yeah, London market. Yeah, forex. Yeah, man. Forex is another way to make some money. A lot of people kind of you don't really think about it. I mean, there are forex channels on YouTube, but forex is like made a lot of people a lot of money. I mean, even made some people some millionaires. Like a lot of people don't notice. You don't notice, but so you think about the stock market. The forex market is like way bigger than the stock market whatever you ever dream of. So the foreign exchange market is huge. I mean, huge. It's global. It's very huge. And you got the stock market. The stock market is just you got the New York Stock Exchange. You got you know different stock exchanges throughout the United States, throughout the world. And the foreign exchange market is absolutely a monster compared to um, the forex market. Now, you do have to focus um, on forex if you're dealing with forex. You do have to focus on it. At one time, I was dabbling in the forex, and I saw how you could make money. I saw you could lose money too, but I absolutely saw how you can make money on forex. Um, Especially if you start to scale, like you going from putting $20 or $40 to putting like $400 and $4,000. Um you can you can make some money. You can make some serious money with forex. I've even seen young people that are like teenagers making money off of forex. I mean, I'm talking about making like tens of thousands of dollars off of forex, making you know the equivalent of what somebody's whole year's salary off of forex. You know, I'm trying to get back into it. Um, I need to get back into the education of it because I was like taking classes. Well, it's not so much classes. It was called, I think it was called like, um, I forgot what it was called, but it was like basically a free online learning platform for forex. And it started like you started at preschool and you work your way up. Like last time I was in taking the course, I graduated preschool and I was working my way to kindergarten. And then I stopped, but I got to get back into that and get back into forex. Yeah, I mean, because definitely I will be using forex as well as far as a tool to make some money because that was one of the things that I kind of dabbled into when I was following a few channels that they primarily that's all they talked about was forex, and kind of got lost in translation. But yeah, I got to get back into forex. Now, right now, I'm just working, focusing on options, and I'm kind of getting. I'm not gonna lie to you, get my head chopped off because I'm on the wrong side of the charts. I'm basically, in short, um, I'm right on positions, but basically, you got to learn to close out when to close out. If you got like for example, I've I did a put option for Carvana, and Carvana went down one day uh, to where could have closed it out with like I could have made like $230 off of one contract. Being greedy, I was thinking it was going to go lower. It went higher. I'm talking about $6 to $7 higher, and I lost my shirt. So yeah, you know I could have probably, I would say, if I put it at, instead of a put, made it a call, actual call, I would have made um I probably would have made probably about 400 or 500 off of that one contract. But I'm learning, and I think options is going to have me make some returns. Uh, I gotta also kind of make sure learn. I need to learn more as far as things with options as well. So because I think options is one of those plays where, um, like I said, I can make those returns to make money that I basically can dream about. Like a lot of a lot of my millionaire fantasies, I think revolve around options. But I also think of the same thing when it comes to forex too. I see the possibilities with forex as well. I've also seen people on Twitter kind of show their gains with forex. And I follow a few people that are in the forex, and they've made some sizable amounts of money in a short amount of time with forex. The thing is, what I'm saying is, with trading and investing, um, you can make. I'm not gonna say like Bill Gates money, but in a short amount of time, I'll say within a matter of months, or even a few minutes or seconds, you can make like tens of thousands of dollars. Like you can make, serious amounts of money. Like, anywhere between minutes to uh, seconds to like months. You can absolutely become a millionaire. I mean, it will probably cost you, like, depending on how much you have. You probably would need about 10 to 20 grand. You could get one good contract, not one contract, but you know, quite a bit, quite a few contracts, and boom, there you go. You just made like $1 million in a 3 month contract for a put or a call. Um, what I'm saying, like, just off of just basically being able to put up the money, kind of charting, seeing where things possibly was going to go, and um, fundamentals. Boom, 3 month contract. You done made 400 grand. Off a $20,000 call. And it's like money like that is where a lot of people go into trying to sell courses and stuff like that. But some people just are quiet. You'll never know unless you ask these people on the street, how did you make your money? Yeah, I'm investing in stock or whatever. It's like, yeah, man. This is definitely This what people been doing. You know, they've been doing it. So, I'm not discouraged, not too happy about it, but that's what I've been doing. I've been dabbling with options, and I graduated, and I'm dabbling with options right now. You know what I'm saying? So, um, I think what the thing is with that is I look at it as I've been kind of sitting on the sidelines and I've been kind of pussyfooting around. I'm trying to fucking swing home runs. You know, if I strike out, I fucking strike out. But I'm trying to swing for the fences, and that's what options trading is equivalent to. Just put up or shut up, swing for the fences. If you strike out, so fucking be able. If you hit that home run, you know, you done made 2 grand in one day. Once I saw how shit. To be honest, I saw how I made. What did I make? Yeah, I saw $230 within like a few hours. I was like, oh shit. There's no way like I could do this with the small amount of money. I'm talking about small amounts of money, not even $1,000. I was like, oh, okay. This is it right here. This is what people be talking about. Now, it's the most risky form of investing though, too. More risky than trading regular stocks. But like I said, I'm older and tired of pussyfooting around. I'm ready to come up to the plate, try to hit that fucking ball over the fence, try to hit the fucking ball as far as I can, as fast as I can. If I strike out, I strike out. That's how I look at it. That's how I look at it. You know, I swear to God, that's how I'm looking at it. And I'm not playing around. You seeing a transformation with me. Um, I'm not playing around. I'm tired of this fucking channel. I'm tired. I want to sell this fucking channel. I want to sell this brand. I want to fucking you know, just be like a little kid, like Nana and a Boo Boo. I told you, and then just go do something else with my life. You know, um, open up my businesses like I want to with my startups and just sell this brand away, like just or whatever, just give it away. I don't give a fuck, and just fucking yeah, just go to my other channel and just show you the after effects of all of the shit I've been telling you over the years. I just want to just be like this. See that's the thing where some people be like that whole be humble shit. I don't agree with that, and especially if you're somebody that's been telling people, giving people advice and shit for free. I believe you have to show people I told you so. And it's like the way you tell people I told you so is that, yeah, you show them that new Rolls Royce truck. You show them that mansion with the undisclosed address. You show them that new Lamborghini, because that Lamborghini symbolizes I told you so. I told you, and you didn't listen. And then that stings. That stings. It resonates, and then people can either take you serious from then on, or they can continue to just watch, but they can't say that you didn't tell them so, because now they see so. But being humble, you like, I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna live my life. They'll never know until whatever. Maybe they'll find out. But yeah, that's the ultimate thing to do, man. As far as I'm concerned, you know, Just I just show you better than I could tell you. That's where I'm at with things, you know. Just show you better than I could tell you. I mean, I've already, to be honest, showed you because I mean I'm in my house. My house is paid for. I'm on my exercise bike. I mean, I'm like I'm like a broke uh, Glendon Cameron, but I still instead of having a mansion in Bankhead, I got a I got a house in Gary that's paid for. But I still have it's still fully paid for. Absolute matter of fact, it's even better because I think he was paying a mortgage. He didn't own his mansion. He had a mortgage on it. Mine, I ain't got no mortgage. Shit. My mortgage, my shit paid for. All I gotta do is pay my taxes. So yeah. And I don't have shit, my credit, only thing like as far as credit, probably got like what less than $2,000 worth of credit as far as things is concerned. I don't have any. I have hardly zero. My credit is close to zero than than anything above zero. I don't really have no credit, so you can't say that I use credit or anything like that because I didn't. This is all hard work, time, and money. So on a micro level, if I already showed you, you know, every time you go pay that rent, I showed you. You go put that mortgage payment in, I showed you. You know, even I mean in my area, I don't do what everybody else do. Now I know this game that I'm playing will be a lot harder than in New York and LA. You know what I'm saying? It'll be a lot more difficult. I recognize that even in Miami. But there's certain things that I do to maximize the results. One of the things I do is I stay away from people that don't have the same goals that I have. You know, I just stay the fuck away from them. I don't even, I listen to them, but tell them like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, I don't go do goofy shit like go bar hopping and shit, go splurge and go on vacations and shit. I don't do shit like that. I just basically just you know save so I can invest. I mean, basically, that's in short what I do. If I buy something I need, I gotta, get a car, whatever I gotta get a car. But the thing is I don't overdo it. I don't I don't max myself out. You know, one of the things is I can't do that. One of the credit is like something I'm working on, and they don't fuck with me. I don't fuck with them. One of the things about not having credit is here's the thing. You can't go into debt. If they ain't giving you no credit, you can't get into debt. So you got to work your way around it. So there's ways to work around if you don't have like for example, if you try and get a house, you don't have the ability to qualify for a house. Well, you can get a house on contract. You can get a house on it's a couple few ways you can get a house. You can get a house what is called subject to, meaning you have and on all of these I recommend a real estate attorney to assist you with making these transactions legal according to your state. But you can do three things to get a property that doesn't involve anything with as far as any credit. You can get a house what is called subject to, meaning a house on a homeowner or a owner on record that has a mortgage. Basically, you can do a subject to deal, meaning you make a deal with him to basically assume his mortgage, assume his property which is his real estate, and he gets an undisclosed amount of money or work out some deal to where after you sell the property, they get a sum of money. However you work that out, you can get a property from someone that usually subject twos involve people that are behind on their mortgage or they are about to be in foreclosure or they just don't want the property for whatever reason. They got to change their mind. They got divorced, whatever the case may be. That's subject to. Never done that type of real estate transaction before, but there is a way you can get subject to. It's many people that have invested in real estate and got subject to. Another way, and this is what I've done, is called seller financing or owner financing. Basically, old-fashioned real estate. Somebody has some real estate they own. You don't have all the money to give them for the property, but they say, okay, well, I got this property here and it's 20 grand. I know you don't got all of the money, but what I'll do is you give me 5,000 down for this property. I'll give you an extended period of time to pay this house off over a 2-year period. So they break down that $15,000 over a 2-year period. You're looking at about roughly $500 to $600 a month for 24 months. After that 24 month, or if you can pay it off sooner, so be it, you get the deed to the property. You get a sales contract. You take that to your local basically treasury department or recorder of deeds. You transfer the deed to your name with the contract from the seller information, and you record that property into your name. I absolutely did that deal. That deal is how I got my property that I'm riding my exercise bike on is fully paid. You can do that just about all over the United States, I believe. Certain states have different laws. You got to look it up, but that's contract for deed. This is the least that I recommend, but I've also did this. It's called rent to own. So house is, let's just say 30 grand. And basically you come up with some type of rent to own contract with the owner on record. You probably put down like $1,500. Might have to put down $3,000, depending on the terms. Like it's usually something about the rate that you will put down for an apartment. So like $1,500 down, or anywhere between $1,500 to $3,000 down, and then there's like a payment term, and it usually because it's not seller financing, it's usually just like a prorated amount that goes towards the property to pay it off. So, for example, the house is 30 grand. You put down $1,500. That covers basically you moving into the property, all of the fees that's involved with that. Then you have to pay like $300 a month or something like that, right? And maybe there's like 100 of that goes towards purchasing the purchase price of the house. And it's a slow process, but what that does is, the pros of it is, here's the pros of that type of transaction, that rent to own transaction. You got the house, one, that's a pro. The other pro is you do have a right to purchase that property anytime. Let's say, I don't know, you got 20 grand all of a sudden. All you got to do is go call the whoever you got the rent to own contract with. It's like, hey, I got $20,000 right now. I want to purchase this property. They're gonna be like, oh, okay, wire this to this account, and boom, we'll send you a quick claim deed through the mail in a week's time. Be like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll do that. And then um, that's what another pro. Another pro is that you could also sell the property. You have a right to ownership to that property. You could actually kind of like sell it. You could rent it out to somebody else as well because you got access to the property. You can fix the property up however you want it. But the con is that it's not a seller financing agreement. So every month that you pay for that property, it's not fully going towards the purchase price of the property. It's usually going towards basically the taxes for that property and also the insurance. So in case something happens, that property is covered, and it's going towards the profit for that the owner on record, whoever owns that property that you're paying. So it doesn't go towards that property purchase towards you. It's a very small portion of that payment that you make every month that goes towards anything that you'll profit off of. Another con is that um, you don't really have a good deal because it's like it's kind of like you're stalling. It's like you're renting, but you're not owning the property. You're just renting. You're more of a renter than an owner. Okay, the seller financing deal, it's like kind of old school. It's kind of like you have a mortgage, but you have a mortgage contract with the seller of the property. Well, with the rent to own, it's not like that. You're more of a renter than an owner. So that $300 a month, only a small portion of that is going towards you actually, buying the property or, basically paying the property off. So it's really, really slow, and it's not going towards purchasing the property. It's very, very small amounts that is going toward purchasing the property. Another con is, basically whatever you fix up on the house, you have a chance of losing that house and not profiting off of anything until you actually pay that house off. Whatever that agreed upon purchase price is, whatever you do in that house or whatever you have in that house, that goes to whoever owns that house. So let's just say you fixed this house up and the house was a piece of crap. It was a crack den, and you fixed it up. Well, 4 years later, something happened. You and your wife gets a divorce, or something happens and you got sick and you can't pay for the property anymore. Well, it doesn't matter that you put in $35,000 to fixing up the property, and you all of a sudden, as soon as like almost just like rent, as soon as you can't pay anymore, there goes whatever you spent on fixing up that house. You don't get back. That goes towards whoever, it basically goes towards the owner on record of that property, and that's not you. So you don't profit from that, and you lose your money. So that's the cons with that. But as long as you have a plan that you could pay it off, and you can pay it off, I mean it is something that you could do. But I don't recommend doing it, but it is a way that you can do it. That is how some people purchase real estate. I don't know how many people do that, but there is some people that is how they bought their house or got their house. I've not really done a lot of research on that, but I'm pretty sure A lot of people have purchased property. Now, I already said something in the chat about tax sales. Now, it's funny he said that because that's another way you could purchase real estate that is the least talked about. And that's through just basically buying people's back taxes. Like, people have houses, they can't pay the taxes for whatever reason, and they have these basically yearly tax sales. And depending on where you are in the country, I'm in the Midwest. Um, basically houses are cheap. So you got to imagine the tax sale is the most cheapest way you can buy a property because it's not like you got to pay for the actual house. You just got to pay whatever the tax debt is. Whatever, however small it is or big it is, you just pay it. And here's the pro with this. The pro is whatever that tax sale is, whatever that price is, you got to pay that. So let's say, property is, tax sale is $1,500. Well, the house is worth about $200,000 at the ARV of it. You can't do anything as far as procuring the property yet. You just got to pay that money, and whatever the redemption period. Some states have a 1 year redemption period, some have 2, some have 3. It's state by state, but what you got to do during that redemption period is first you got to buy the taxes, and that's, like I said, $1,500. That's gone. Can't do anything to the property, can't go into the property. Sometimes it's even people that live in the house. Can't do anything, can't go harass them, can't talk to them, nothing. You got to just put your money up, and then basically, let's say the redemption period, I think for Illinois, it's like 2 or 3 years or something, or 2 years. You got to pay the taxes another year, and then the following year. So that's a period of 2 years. You got to pay the taxes because they can't. You basically you take full responsibility of the tax burden of that property. So that includes also after the tax sale. So you can't just buy the taxes and then just not pay the tax the following year taxes. You take on full burden and responsibility of the tax burden for that house. Now, let's say somebody that owns that house, they want to get the property out of the tax debt. Basically, that's why the redemption period is there. They have to pay you the $1,500 plus an interest rate that is determined by the state or whatever. They tell you what it is at the tax sale. It could be like 10%, 5%, 7%. They can't just legally, be like, hey, here's $1,500. We cool? No, they have to pay you $1,500 plus an extra amount because you're doing them a favor. You pay their taxes. Okay, so they have to pay you like an extra, if it's 10%, an extra $150 plus the $1,500. Now, most people, depending on where you are, and the property, they're not going to pay you anything. If they already couldn't pay the back taxes for whatever reason, they abandoned the property or whatever, they're not going to pay you anything to redeem the property. They have already pretty much made their peace with the property. They're not coming back for it. So what usually happens is that, excuse me, you caught me going in my refrigerator. But what usually happens is the property goes through the full redemption period, and then the owner Um, you have to do some certain legalities depending on the state. You still have to get a real estate attorney involved. I suggest you do because you have to foreclose on the property. You have to do certain legal ramifications so you can take full ownership of the property after the redemption period. See how I know all of these different terms and everything like that is because see, I'm not just a dude that's hustling real estate or anything like that. I took real estate courses after I got like when I was 17, when I graduated high school, I went right into real estate school because I knew I wanted to get into real estate. So I also took a real estate broker's class as well. So I know what the hell I'm talking about. So the thing is that yeah, after that redemption period, you got to do some legal steps to take ownership of the property. But yeah, that's like a fourth way to um buy real estate that has absolutely nothing to do with credit. I mean, so I mean, you don't need to have excellent credit. You should. Everybody should have excellent credit, but in a perfect world, um, things happen. Mm, if your credit is still messed up, depending on where you live, it's a way you can get real estate that it doesn't involve any mortgage or anything like that. If you're in the Midwest, you absolutely should save 10 to 15 grand or more and buy a house. I mean, you should because the thing is that you have the option that a lot of people don't have. People that live in like high price real estate markets, they can't they can't just up and buy any property, abandoned or not, for no 15 grand or 5 grand or 10 grand. They just can't do that. Like for example, people in New York, because they got priced out of New York, they went to Pennsylvania, they went to North Carolina, they even went to Ohio to buy real estate because it's cheap. And they absolutely, some of these people are balling out of control because they able to buy real estate at a deep discount compared to New York. And of course, these people are considered gentrifiers because they bring the price of real estate up for the people that are local. But the thing is that that's how capitalism works. Whoever's got the money, um, gets the returns. So the thing is that if you live in the Midwest already, and you got 15 grand, you should just buy some real estate. You don't, you waiting for your credit to get good. Yeah, good. I mean, but if you got somebody that, like, say, a family handyman, carpenter, that could help you fix the property up, or you got the patience for like anywhere between 2 to 5 years to see a project through, a renovation project through, yeah, you should buy some real estate. I mean, because it's called housing security. The reason why I bought my property is because I knew I was going to need housing security. I didn't know how bad I was going to need it. I didn't know that the housing market was going to go through the roof, and people were going to be, you know, desperately needing real estate. I didn't know. I thought after the pandemic or during the pandemic, I thought real estate was going to be dirt cheap. That's what I thought. I thought property values would plummet. I didn't think that they was going to rise. So the fact that I bought my real estate, bought my property, had it on contract already, I secured basically the potential profits. You know, I basically secured the bag by getting this property. I mean, I did it not because I was speculating real estate or trying to make a whole bunch of money. I needed a place to live. I needed housing security. I mean, I know a lot of people that were homeless. In Chicago, just like any other major city, it's a lot of people that, are homeless in Chicago. And being homeless in Chicago is different than being homeless in Florida and California. It's not it's not pleasant. It's cold. It's bone chilling, deadly cold in Chicago. So if you got housing issues in Chicago, you got problems. Serious problems. So in my mind, I'm like, I'm not thinking about no apartment. I ain't even focusing on no apartment. I need some real estate. So that's all I was doing. I was just looking up real estate. I was talking to my homie. He was talking about real estate. He already had real estate. He was already living with his father. His father passed away, and he was already living in the property. So he already, kind of knew where he was on things, but I ain't have that same scenario working for me. I needed some real estate security. I needed some housing security. So my way of dealing with that was getting in where I could fit in. I ain't have 50,000 to work with. I only had at the time about 10 grand to work with. So I knew where I could possibly, kind of get in. And that was it. I mean, like, I don't look at things how people look at it. I don't look at things like, oh man, I'm gonna get an apartment and then I'm gonna get a studio apartment and I'm gonna ball on these hoes. No. I probably thought like that when I was younger. I don't think like that. Because that thought process, this is where that thought process comes from. Well, not so much comes from, but this is where that process goes. That process goes to basically wasting your money. You're paying for, you got a studio apartment in a nice city or town or whatever the hell, right? You're balling in a studio apartment, right? But in actuality, you're not. You're in a studio apartment. It's nice. Yeah, it's nice, but you don't own it. It's never ending. You gotta constantly pay that whatever you gotta pay, $700 a month, $500 a month, whatever. You gotta pay that every single month. It does not stop. It doesn't care if you got COVID. Doesn't care if you lost a ball off your testicle. Doesn't care if you got a divorce. Doesn't care if you lost your job. It is non-stop. It is like a well-oiled machine. You have to pay every single month. It does not. You ain't getting no breaks. It's 500 to whatever 700 you got every month. You got to pay. And then of course, if that would have worked out to where after the pandemic, when prices went up, that whatever would have to pay would have been more because rents went up. So that's how I look at rent. That's how I look at that. It's never ending, does not stop. I know you get the whole spiel of you can live in a neighborhood you really want to live and pretend like you fit in with the other rich people or middle class people or whatever the fuck you want to call them. But how I look at that is like how I look at it. People playing to fit in and paying a fee to fit in, and that fee does not stop. You know, it ain't no stopping. You know, um, to a certain degree, I look at it, kind of like that with the whole mortgage thing, because the mortgage concept is very similar but different, where you you are over like you really don't have the money to fit in. That's why people go into foreclosure. They don't they couldn't afford the house in the first place. That's usually why people go into foreclosure. They couldn't afford the house in the first place. That's why they go into foreclosure. So to avoid foreclosure, you buy the house that you could afford in the first place. Now, what can you afford in the first place? I mean, you buy a house that's more close to how much you make, how much you earn every year. You know, that's what I use my 1.5 rule. Like if you make 50K, you could buy a house that's like 75 to $100,000. That's all you can afford to buy. That's all you can afford to buy. You can't buy no house that's 150,000, 200,000, 300,000. You can't do it because when you can, but this is what happens when you do that. So you become house poor. You basically get a house that is like the mortgage is really, really high. You can pay it as long as you're working, but you're overextending yourself. You're extremely stressed, and then same scenario, you lose your job. You immediately go into a foreclosure. You start sweating bullets, start trying to, I mean, just think about how stressful it is to lose your job when you paying rent or a mortgage. That's some stressful shit because you're if you're lucky enough to get unemployment usually only pays anywhere between less than half of what your income is. So if you already are, you have a high mortgage that's, paying that takes over half of your income to pay, what are you going to do? Are you going to pay your mortgage and then, eat uh what eat food out the dumpster? Like, I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, I mean, most people they're gonna get behind in their mortgage because it's unaffordable. So yeah, I mean, it's tricky, man. You really got to be financially uh um I want to say astute to deal with these financial institutions, man. To deal with this capitalistic system, you have to be very financially disciplined. Um, if you going off of emotions and um, making things like a contest where you trying to fit in or all of that type of shit, fitting in, that's what is that? Fitting in does not. That's not a financial um strategy to fit in. That to fit in is that's called fake. That's called being fake. Your money doesn't add up to what reality is. That's called delusion. So if you're trying to fit into some upper middle class lifestyle, that reality your income is lower middle class or middle class at best, you're gonna have a problem fitting into that scenario. It just is what it is. But when you're in reality, you realize, well, I make $75,000 a year. Okay, I me and the wife together we make about 180,000 a year. Well, yeah, we could go get that nice big house in that upper middle class neighborhood, and it's $300,000, and mortgage would be uh, close to 2 grand a month, or uh, you know, we could do that, or we could just get this house that's $125,000, that's in a middle class to lower middle class neighborhood, and then the mortgage is only $700 a month. We can ball out of control then, because we got extra income left over after that $700 is paid. We can actually pay double payments instead of that 30-year mortgage. We can either just ask for a 15, or just pay the 30 and then just pay double payments, pay $1,500 a month instead of seven, and then instead of having a 30-year mortgage, we pay the house off in 15. Then we build more equity, pay more principal off, because we're paying double payments, and still have money left over to do whatever is needed to be done. See, that's what it comes to, when you're in touch with reality, financial reality. Let's just call it financial reality, because financial reality, it helps you not be delusional, to where other people trying to fit in. Then that's why people have these nervous ticks, and they have these mental breakdowns, to where they gotta go check themselves into a mental hospital, damn near about to blow their brains out, about to commit suicide, because they about to lose everything they worked hard over, because they were trying to pretend like they were rich. Or they just get extremely depressed, because they got to go live with their daughter and their new husband, and their daughter's new husband, because they lost everything trying to pretend like they were rich. And it's people that do this. Like, I mean, older people that do this. Like, this is not young people that's doing this. This is like older people that do this shit. Like, and various ages. And it's like, yeah, I don't that's why I don't fall for that. I don't do that, because I've done that before. I've gotten apartments and all that type of stuff, and you know it doesn't stop. One of the things I could say, if you have a house, you got a couple months between being able to pay the taxes, or you got, your tax bill comes twice a year in Indiana, at least. So you got some time that you could pay your taxes. That rent payment doesn't stop. The mortgage payment doesn't stop. You do have more time frame to pay a mortgage. I think before a mortgage goes into foreclosure, you have, like, I think, like 4 months, like 4 or 5 months of stop of non-payment of a mortgage. then the bank will go into, start to go into, foreclosure proceedings. Apartment, you got like a month. After that month, you get a 30-day notice. Then, after the second month, I think they're gonna start formally processing an eviction to where you're gonna get a court summons, and they trying to get you up out of there. They ain't going. You got maybe a couple months until they gonna start sending you court documents to show up to court. So it's like, man, I don't like that shit, man. I don't, what I'm saying? Like, if I could avoid it, I would. I ain't necessarily tripping off no mortgage. It's just, it's a certain way you gotta be careful with that, because you playing with large amounts of money and interest, and interest is dangerous if you don't know how to calculate it properly, and you paying a lot of money for it. One thing I will say, an apartment, you pay whatever you pay, but once you get into mortgages and buying a house with a mortgage, that interest rate, man, um like I say, whatever your mortgage payment is, or if you that house that you like so much, right? They got a mortgage calculator right on every website, realtor.com, Zillow. They tell you what that mortgage payment will be with whatever you put down, with the possible interest rate, with taxes and everything, right? So you could put that, like, you could find out what that payment will be. And all you gotta do is times that by 30. You'll realize, how much more you gonna be paying for this house than what you actually paying for it, or how much it costs. Basically, how much you gonna be making the mortgage company richer for what what you want this house to pay for it at this particular time. I could just tell you. I know it in my head. 'Cause I'm a genius. $150,000 house is gonna be close to $500,000 over 30-year period. With especially with the 6%, 7% mortgage rate right now, even with a 3 or 4%, it still will be that. With 5 to 6% mortgage, or 7, oh, it's very much $500,000 for that, close to $500,000 for that $150,000 home. That's just $150,000 home. Once you get to like 300,000, you're talking about like basically close to $750,000 for a 30-year mortgage. So yeah, I mean, this kind of goes into also, when you go into mortgages and stuff, it's kind of like you really kind of going into class warfare. You basically kind of making the rich richer. You because you if you look at it like, you're know for a fact it's gonna take you 30 years to pay this mortgage off. Most people don't stay in the house for 30 years. They sell a house after 6 or something, 5 or 6 years or something like that. But let's just say you do stay, keep the house for 30 years. I mean, you just gave somebody that you probably will never meet, a company, the people that own the company or own the mortgage company or charter or on the board. You'll never see these people in person. You'll never see them. You probably won't even never talk to these people. But these people, yes, these people are absolutely rich. They're very wealthy, and um, you gave them over $300,000. and you'll probably most people will shoot somebody over 100 or 1,000. People have gotten killed over less than $100. People gotten killed over $20, $50 for sure. But and then yeah, if somebody like what somebody just took $10,000 from you or $1,000 from you, you probably kill them. Most people would probably kill them if they can get away with it. But your mortgage company will take over a period of time. Let's just say over a 10-year period in increments of 10 over a 30-year period. Um, they'll absolutely rob you of hundreds of thousands of dollars over just even 10 years, and you'll pay it, and you won't like it. I don't think you will like it, but you'll absolutely pay it, and you won't shoot them or anything. You won't do anything. You'll just keep paying it, and you'll slowly pay it, and then maybe over time you'll realize what you've done or whatever. But yeah, you'll pay it, and somebody will ask you for $100, and you'll be like, no. You'll hang the phone up on them, like, don't call me anymore. But yeah, you'll give your mortgage company, you know, yeah, hundreds of thousands of dollars over a period of time, and you won't lose any sleep over it. And it's like, I mean, the thing is that some people look at this shit like it's just the creme de la creme, like they just so honored to get a mortgage and shit like that. And it's like I don't look at that shit like that. It kind of goes in, like I said, it goes into the class warfare and classism. Unfortunately, you know, I'm behind the dudes that with the white what I'm saying, toupees on over the balcony, looking at you guys. Like I'm in the back, like I'm above them or whatever, or in the background looking, because I'm I don't look at that shit like that. I know this game. I know what the fuck is going on. I tell you fuckers the game. But you don't listen, or you think you better than somebody, because motherfucker tell you their business or tell you what's going on with them, and you feel like you better than somebody because you got credit or you balling on credit. And I'm telling you, you know, you're yeah, you might think you're balling on credit, but you're balling on rich people's money and you're making them richer. That's what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? Um, that's the reality of that. You're balling off of rich people's money. You know, I mean, the way you really do it, the way you supposed to do it is you're supposed to take that house that you got a mortgage off of, and if you really want to do it, now you do Airbnb. Make that property an Airbnb. But most people, they buy houses because they need a place to live. They don't have the luxury to buy a house to Airbnb it. So it's like, yeah, that's the way I look at it. You know, um, I've talked quite a bit about this. You know what I'm saying? That actually happened. I lost my job. I lost my job May of 2022. And um you know yeah, I lost my job. I had no unemployment because I was self-employed. So yeah, if I had an apartment, I would have probably, would have been evicted or whatever, been going to eviction court. If I had a mortgage, I would have been trying to avoid foreclosure. I own my house. That's what saved me. That's what got me through. That was it. Anything else, I'd have had some explanations to do. I'd have had some, you know, serious things to, try to overcome. Um, it was rough. It wasn't, man. I mean, it was still rough with the circumstances of me losing most of my income to dropping down to like I think I only made like 1/5 of my income just with stuff that I was doing as far as little odd jobs and stuff like that and whatnot. But yeah, I mean it was still rough, but if I didn't own my house, if I had like anything that I said, a rent payment every month or a mortgage payment, I'd have been screwed. I'd have been absolutely screwed if I had to stay in a hotel and I didn't finish my house and I was, didn't just dive into my house and just try to fix it up and I just kept staying in a hotel and all that shit. I would have been screwed, you know. I'd have been absolutely destroyed, So um if something happened like that now, I mean, one, I definitely would get unemployment. They ain't just gonna fire me and I ain't gonna get nothing from it. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely I'll qualify for unemployment. But the thing is that um, I still I don't have any. I mean, just have tax obligations, and I think the biggest thing is like utilities. One of the things about owning a house is like if you own your house, I say my biggest expenses is utilities. And yeah, if you in your house a lot, like in the summer, you burning a lot of air conditioning, you're using a lot of air conditioning, and if you're in the house, during the winter months, you're burning a lot of natural gas. Um, wood, if you buying wood, if you got like a wood stove or I mean, if you don't process your own wood could be very expensive. Um, but yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is like, yeah, in the summer, air conditioning does drain your electric bill, make your electric bill high. Uh, but I mean, yeah, technically, if you got enough money, you can kind of retire early a lot easier. You don't have all of these mortgages and rent obligations. You know what I'm saying? So that's how they get you. That's how they get you. Stuck on that hamster wheel. So, anyways, you know, I I was all over the place. I mean, I was talking about I started with health. I, did a little workout on the exercise bike, and then I ended it with how you can get into real estate. Why I got into real estate. Why you should buy property. I know people watch these. So small amounts of views. I mean, but it is people watching them. I don't know as far as like who watches or anything because primarily nobody hardly ever comments on my videos. But I mean, I guess somebody will watch this and have is watched this now. But I mean, I've said this before. I really haven't said anything new. I probably said it a little different, but I've talked about this, before as far as what my thoughts is as far as like mortgages and rents and stuff like that. I probably said a lot more than I normally do because I just kind of like maybe dived in a little bit deeper. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, I mean it's class warfare, like literally, like because it's like how I look at it is like a lot of people that just be trying to pretend like they got it. And that is like all races. White people do this, black people, Hispanics, they all do this shit. Um, yeah, I mean, that's how they get you, you know? That's how they get you. You know what I'm saying? It gets you every single time because it's kind of like what my mom used to say. You got champagne taste with beer money, and you trying to use your beer money to buy champagne, and that's how they get you. When you could take your beer money, and drink beer, and then you avoid being so broke because you stand in your lane. That's basically in a nutshell what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's just kind of like, how can I explain it? Like, it's just people are trying to fit in. I guess everybody wants to fit in, and I get it. Trust me. I mean, it's everybody want to ball and look nice and have nice things and all that. I get it. You know, but it's a lot easier, I could say, if you do want to do that, right? It's easier to do that in, let's just say, in an area where um the cost of living is cheaper. I'm just gonna say now you might have to like watch yourself, watch your back or whatever. I mean, install some cameras and stuff at your house and have a decent security system, because you're gonna get people looking at you. Because it's like, basically what I'm saying is, you know, what do you want to do? Do you want to fit in a rich neighborhood, or do you want to be a rich man in a poor neighborhood? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm basically asking you. Like, do you want to do you, like literally, like, you would be barely able to fit in a upper middle class neighborhood, right? But if you lived in, like, let's just say, a lower middle class or lower class neighborhood, you'll probably be the rich man in that neighborhood. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But it's so many people trying to fit in, barely trying to fit in into like a middle class, upper middle class neighborhood, that they forgot. Damn, okay, well, if I live in this, town that kind of like, struggling town, I could ball out of control. you know, and people look up to me when, I mean, basically, I know I ain't that rich, but rich at all, as a matter of fact. But you will have so much more because you don't have to pay nothing. Like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, okay, imagine imagine a situation where you got, let's say, a mini mansion. So a mini mansion in Chicago, Atlanta area, let's just say in the burbs, that's like 300 to 400,000 dollars. Okay, obviously you ain't got the cash to pay for that, so you gonna get a mortgage. You're gonna have to put down about $50,000 to $70,000, and today's rates 6-7% interest. You're going that mortgage would be roughly, even if you, I mean, you have to put down $70,000. That's a lot of money, but you're able to do it. Okay, fine. You're gonna spend about, your mortgage is gonna still be about 2 grand a month. All right, that's just your mortgage. You got lights, gas, you know, want cable or whatever, internet. Um, all of that is gonna be, about $200-300 a month. Gas, you got, sewage, water, So yeah, you're looking about three to $500 a month for expenses for utilities. Water, gas, electricity, internet. Some people have cable, satellite dish, whatever you got as far as utilities in your house. So you got extra $500 for just utility. So now you're about $2,500. That includes insurance. And then don't let here's the thing, it's $2,000 a month, but in Cook County, the taxes are very, very high. So that basically means that now it's not $2,000. Now that's $2,500 because the taxes could very well be, like for example, if you live in Country Club Hills, Illinois, taxes could be very well like $7,000 a year. For a house that's less than $300,000 or even $300,000, yeah, you could even be at about $10,000 a year, and that's just taxes. That's just the tax bill. Okay, so that's roughly about $1,000 extra added to your mortgage payment. So you could very well be at like $3,000, and that's just for taxes. So yeah, I mean you got a lot of variables involved here. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're going against kind of the grain. You forgot one thing, one small thing about common sense finance. It's about what you keep, not what you make. It's about what you can actually keep. So when you can't keep much because you overspending, um, that basically affects your bottom line. You don't have any money. You're perpetually broke because you don't have any money. You're spending all of your money and where you live. So it's like it's. I mean, I know most people don't want to. I'm not saying everybody can go live in the hood or go buy a bando in the hood and don't have to worry about a mortgage payment or whatever. But I'll say that it's a middle ground to that. It's like, well, maybe you might not want to live in that middle class neighborhood. you know how about that instead of that upper middle class neighborhood, why don't you go lower middle class? Because that's really what you really have. you know a lot of times people think they have upper middle class money, but they really got lower middle class money. This is how this is a test. This is a test for the emergency broadcast. Okay. Um, how much money do you actually have? Where do you fit in? Okay. This is a test to determine how much money do you actually have to fit in. So whatever you have right now that you could sell, that you actually have in a bank, where can you go buy a house and pay it off within 2 to 4 years? Cash. I'm talking about cash, no credit. If you take everything that you have as far as your money, everything that you have, and you can go pawn it, sell it, whatever you could do to get the money and take the shirt off your back, whatever, where, how much money can you actually accumulate to, and where can you take that? Do you have 100 grand? Do you have 50 grand? You got 10 grand, 15 grand? Like, how much money can you come up with? That's your class system, just right there. what I just that's the test, right? That's your true class system as far as where you rank in class, as far as how much money you can able to come up. It don't matter about how what you think in your mind or how well you talk or well educated you got. I'm well educated. I'm well spoken as well. I could talk like a valley white boy. But I mean, at the end of the day, I know that I got lower class money. It just so happened that's what it was. I had about, like I said, I was coming from a divorce. I pretty much was on probation. I didn't want to tell all my business, but I was overcoming quite a bit, and all I had was $10,000. Now, some people don't even have $10,000. You know, it don't matter what if you got 100 grand. That okay, 100 grand in the Midwest, and let's just say Chicago. That that only gives you a ranch style house on the south side of Chicago, and it needs to be fixed up. That's $100,000 right there. A house on the south side of Chicago, um, basically close to the hood, or if not in the hood, that's 100 grand right there. Now, 100 grand, you might be able to get a fixer upper in Maryville. That's just right outside of Gary. But you can't even with today's prices, you can't really get much with even $100,000. But you can get just outside the hood with 100 grand. Okay, 50 grand. You gonna have to you can afford in the Midwest. Let's just say Indiana and Illinois. You can get a house that you know basically in the hood that is about it's like D grade, maybe C grade, meaning you might have to come in and do some painting, some drywall patching, update the floors, update the kitchen, update the bath. Maybe about less than 20 grand to fix it up. But it's not a full gut rehab, like what I'm doing. It's like eh, just I say a light renovation. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I mean, that's your whatever money you have, that's your true class system. It ain't your see what people think is they class system or where they rank is however much credit they can get. They get that, oh, we got approved for a mortgage for $350,000. and then and, and then they already God damn. This shit really is funny, man, if you really think about it, man. Certain people, I know the dude saving his mind is dead, he gets it. But I mean, these same people that got a the wife got a Range Rover, the husband got a Jag, and they got a car loan on both of them, and the car loans combined is like $1,700 a month, and they like, damn, yeah, baby, we got approved for a mortgage for $350,000, and they get it. They signed the contract. They got a fucking house. $350,000. They had to put down 50. They got some money. You swipe their credit card. They in credit card debt too. They got, about $90,000 in credit card debt, revolving credit card debt. But God is good. I mean, like, this is the thought process, man, too, that they people literally are post God is good after they signed up, after they got after the closing table, after they done signed a mortgage contract for a mortgage for $225,000, and 7% interest for a 30-year mortgage. I mean, I swear, and these are black people too. Unfortunately, these are black people. These are people. These are some of the people I went to school with. This is their mindset. And it's like the thing is that this, right? That is not a blessing. It is absolutely not. And for anybody that thinks it is, you are you are a fool, and you're also a slave. That's a slave. That's a slave-minded individual, a financial slave that thinks that that's a blessing to get a long-term debt that will, if you pay it off in 30 years, you done paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to to the people that look like the founding fathers off the purge. I mean, that's who you paying to make them richer. You know, um, I mean, this is why the rich stay rich. Um, I mean, I can't fault them. I can't fault them. You know what I'm saying? Because because the game is the game. These people have these. This psyops is strong. I'm a glitch in the matrix. I'm a glitch in the psyops. And I don't even nobody. Very few people listen to me, so I'm not that much of a glitch. But to some that get it, I am. And if you are able to get glitches, congratulations. Because yeah, you're absolute idiot if you think it's a blessing to get a mortgage for 7% interest, 30 years. You know, calculate just to see how much of a blessing it is. Calculate your mortgage payment for at least, let's just do 29 years, because I know after the final year, after like uh, the last year, certain months the mortgage payments start to lessen as far as how much they actually are. But yeah, you just do however long you've been paying. You could minus that, and then do 30 years, or 28 years, 27, 25. And then yeah, you can see how much of a blessing that is. And then your car, the people that post their car talking about it's a blessing. Yeah, whatever your purchase price for the car is, times your car payment by the following months left you got to pay. You got a 60-month car payment. Okay. You had it only 6 months. Okay. Uh yeah, 54 months time your car payment. See how much of a blessing that it actually is. And see how much overpaid that you paying for that car by how much the car you agreed of the purchase price. See how much of a blessing it is. And you'll see how that is actually a curse, not a not a blessing. Because it's only a blessing if you can pay it off. See, this is how it becomes a blessing. So the car is 38 grand, and then you pay the car off before a month is out, and then they don't get no interest payment. You just paid it off before the interest accumulates for the first month. You paid it off. That's a blessing. And then the same thing goes for your house if you're able to do it. Then it's a blessing, because yeah, absolutely, yeah, it's a blessing because they gave you something on credit so you can get the house because you didn't have it. But um, something pulled through, and you got the money and you paid it off before the before the first bill came, you know, very little interest was accrued, and you paid it off. And there was no pre penalty, um, you know, fee. Let me see here. I was just, I was, I really wasn't trying to have no guess, but hey, whatever. I guess I'm still running my mouth. So um, let me see here. I guess I'll post it. See what your thoughts are. Um, you know, see if I get my. I have to get my headset. Give me just a moment. Let me get my headset. Let me put my headphones in. Um, and I need this late. Let's see here. See if I got it. Hold on. Let me see here. Testing, testing. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let's see here. All right. Alrighty. There we go. Hello. 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 Can you hear me? Let's see here. Hold on. I think I got sound. Let me see here. I think I got it. Let me see. Let's see. Heard that. Let's see. Audio. Let's see here. Testing, testing. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. All right. Hello. Let's see here. Yes. Uh, let me see if I can. I think I'm not sure if it's. Let me see. Yeah, I could hear myself. I couldn't hear. Um, yeah, I could hear myself. I don't know if it was. You had saw you was. Let me see. Let's see what you said here. Oh, you say you're gonna be right back. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's as far as things is concerned. You got to be careful with that whole credit thing.
All right, yeah,
Hello,
I'm back, brother. Yeah, I should be good now.
hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hold
Yeah,
on, hold
man.
on.
Think this. Let me. Let me see. Uh, I'll just go without my headphones and see how it works. Let's see. Yeah, I should be able to just use it with my head. I don't know. I probably try complicated things with my headphones. Um, I probably all right. I can mute myself when you talk because I just got.
It should work now. All right, can you hear me, bro? Hello, hello. Yeah, I can hear myself, so I think we good. Hello. You there, bro? Oh man.
You on my phone? Hold on. Let me.
Yeah, we should be good
I'll
now,
be
bro.
right back.
We should be
Hold
good
on.
now.
Um.
Go ahead. Go ahead, bro. That's weird. What? I can hear myself. Shit. My bubble's moving. Everything should be good now.
Hello, you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, bro. We
All
got
right,
you.
all
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I had I was on my Android and I switched to my iPhone.
I
See,
got you. Yeah, it's a lot better.
yeah,
You can hear me, right?
yeah, I can hear
Okay.
you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, I agree with everything that you said. Uh, I'm gonna add something to that though.
Okay,
A lot of people don't understand opportunity cost, right?
what you
Like,
mean by that?
all right, so a lot of people, like, for example, I had a buddy of mine that bought like a brand new car for like 13 grand. He bought it all cash. Issue is he nuked his savings for it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, so the thing is, yeah, he had a car that was paid off
Hmm.
because he bought it all cash,
Hmm.
but like he kind of fucked himself because yeah, I bought the car cash, but now I don't got cash to really do too much
Hmm.
because all my cash is into this automobile. So sometimes even making proper financial moves,
Hmm.
it can seem to be the textbook financial move. That's the right move to make.
Hmm.
But sometimes even then, like, you got to understand, hey man, like, I still need a certain amount of emergency fund money in the can to be able to do
Hmm.
things.
What
There's
the financial experts, like the Susie Orman and whatnots, they say even those guys and girls say you should only spend like 5 to 6 grand for a car, and then if it's used, so be it,
correct.
and that's it. If you go and buy a brand new, let's just say a Nissan Versa, it's 14 grand or whatever they give it to you because it's the 2023 and the 2024 is around the corner. They give you a deal on it, you know. Um, you do what is called um you take all of your liquid cash and now you're cash poor.
Correct.
That's called being cash poor because you
Yeah.
put all of your money into the car, which would be like putting your money into one basket. And the
Correct.
car, unless you're directly making money off of the car on a daily basis, other than even just going to work, you're not making that much money off of it.
Yeah.
So yeah. In that case, yeah, you kind of you nuke your capital by going all in.
Correct. Correct.
Um,
See, the thing that I'm realizing, bro, now, like being older, uh, it's not like the whole thing they told us about good financial decisions versus non good financial decisions. All that stuff relates to a stagnant income. What I mean by that is, okay, if you're making $100,000 and you've been making 100K for the last 4 years, then yeah, like you can worry about what are good financial decisions and stuff. But what's more important than even a stagnant income, the most important thing in the world is cash flow. If you got monthly cash flow coming in every month, then it really doesn't matter what good decisions or bad decisions you make, as long as you come in underneath your cash flow number, it's okay. But most people aren't taught to think from a cash flow they're taught to think from a salary perspective.
Yeah.
which is from a job perspective.
Well, most people, that's how they make their money. That
Correct.
you got a lot of people that they just they just work one job, and they might have something that they trying to do on the side, like maybe vending machines, or some people do DoorDash, but a lot of people don't even want to do DoorDash because they're embarrassed by it. So they'll just work their one job, and whatever that pays, that's that. Some, if they're a woman, they get child support, uh, and whatever else they get from their kids, from having kids.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's a lot of what most people. That's what they do. They don't really do nothing else. Like a lot of people, a lot of people are not. They're not in the business because of whatever reason. They don't like to talk to people. They don't like to deal with people.
Yeah.
Whatever the reason is, they're not in the business. They're not also even in investing. They're not investing any money there. They're just working, having a good time on the weekend, or maybe whenever they friends want to go out or whatever. And that's how typically most people operate. Most people don't invest. They don't have a business. They just work. They might be self-employed, but most people just work jobs. They might have one job or two, might have two jobs, but at least they have one. And whatever they make from that, they use that to pay their bills, pay for a place to live, uh, pay for whatever entertainment they want to do, and that's how people roll. That's that's mainly who I speak to.
Sure.
Um, some of the people that I speak to are like yourself, are up and coming, and kind of want to get into real estate or whatever. Um, but yeah, most people, yeah, they just kind of have a job, and whatever they make, they make. I mean,
Yeah.
it,
You know, it's see
it,
see
mhm.
what I'm seeing in America, and I've seen this for a while. I mean, you being as perceptive as you are, I'm sure you see it too. Uh, America is dealing with an average problem. What I mean by that is like the days where you could be just an average Joe six pack, Joe 6 pack of beer and grind out a life, those days are gone,
Yeah,
man. And there and there are a lot of people that are stubborn as fuck because they're still trying to be, you know, Joe average, and they still feel like America's got something to offer them. Nah, uh, uh. Like it's funny because uh, when we talk about different industries, you used to be able to grind out a life, like working 60 hours doing something, working 50 hours doing something, and you'd basically scrape out a life just working 60 hours a week. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Those days are gone, and the people that really can't adapt because they're too stubborn and they really don't want to do shit, like man, it's gonna be hard for them, dude.
yeah,
I, I'm dealing with people like that right now in my personal life. I'm like, man, like, look, if y'all don't get your shit together, you fuckers are finished. And I'm the person that's saying this.
hmm
You
hmm
know, it's a rude awakening
hmm
because most of these guys think they could jump from one deal to another. Man, sooner or later, the whole industry is going to be gone.
hmm Yeah,
You
you
know,
right. You right. And I really don't talk a lot about people like this. You kind of hit the nail right between the eyes, because um yeah, a lot of people, you work with a lot of people like this. You hear a lot of people like this. These are the people um that still expect certain things that maybe their parents had and their grandparents had, but they will never have. I
Yeah.
repeat, they will never have, and will never get
Yeah.
in this capitalistic current capitalistic system. It doesn't exist like that.
Yeah.
Um, those opportunities have long gone away. Now you have the gig economy,
Yeah.
AI in full steam. You have these staffing companies now that have long took jobs away, that where a company will just directly hire people and they get some long-term pension or opportunity for advancement or whatever. Those are long gone. I'm talking 20 years long gone or
Yeah.
more, where yeah, you better, like, I mean, you better be happy that you're not just, a wage slave where you're making like less than $15 an hour, depending on where you are. Like, I mean, I'm talking like it's only way you can have anything close to that is like working for the state or the federal government,
Yeah,
maybe.
but those state jobs are like, remember you were talking about the crazy check concept. You were you were saying some people get crazy checks, right?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
well, like when you working for the state, you one step above like those people that get crazy checks because working a state job that's some bullshit DMV job or where, man, that'll make you crazy, bro.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah,
depending on how you able to deal with people and the velocity of it and stuff like that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't know how much the DMV pays. But some of those state jobs you can get paid pretty well depending on what they are. But um, I've never worked for the state or the federal. Well, I worked in the military for the federal government, but I've never worked a federal state job. But
yeah,
um, yeah, I mean, those are still there, but um, like private companies, like, working for manufacturers and stuff like that, they still have those, but like I said, you have a lot of variables that kind of weren't like that 20, 30 years ago, like just being average, just expecting, like, yeah, to have one job, and that job pays for housing, your vehicle, your wife to stay at home,
right.
your children. Um, yeah, I mean, like, those jobs are there, but you talking, it's the average person. No, no, you
Yeah,
don't. That doesn't come to the average, quote unquote, average person. That that concept, like in the Midwest, you would need to make over $75,000 for, and that's just bare minimum. And most
yeah,
people don't even make $75,000. Like,
yeah,
even my job, I don't make 75,000. I make close to it, but I
sure,
have to do extra stuff to make over that.
sure.
And it's like, um, yeah, I mean, you'd have to make 75 to 100,000 dollars for that to be a reality. if your wife even wants to, stay at home or whatever, to make that a reality, you're talking about $75,000 to $100,000, which is not an average salary. I'm just talking Midwest standards.
Yeah.
That's above average salary in the Midwest. In the West Coast, that might, or California, that would probably be below averages, especially even New York, that would be below average.
Oh yeah.
For
Yeah. Look,
for that to work in New York, I don't know, 150, probably double.
yeah. Like when I was growing up here in California, you could you could squeeze out a nice life at $50,000 to $60,000 as long as you weren't like doing shit you weren't supposed to.
Yeah,
Now in order to do that, that number just to have a decent life when where you're not really doing anything but driving, let's say like a Toyota Camry or something like that, the number went up 50%. So now somebody who's making 50 to 60 back then, they got to be making 80 to 90 now.
yeah,
Just for that same living standard, man.
right.
And that living standard ain't shit. That living standard is a used car and like grocery outlet for going to the grocery store and shit. Like it ain't it's not very glamorous. So
That include a house, or that's like living in an apartment?
that's probably living in an apartment or renting a room or renting an apartment or renting a house if you can. But
Uh,
if you're gonna be doing that, you're probably gonna have a roommate or something because you probably won't be able to do everything on that budget.
oh,
So
wow.
it's yeah, man. It's
I mean,
look,
I don't know as far as where people are moving. I do know somewhat. Okay,
yeah.
um, people are moving to Texas. Okay, North Carolina,
Oh man, yeah. A lot of
and
people.
Atlanta.
Yeah.
Okay, um, now the people that move from North to North Carolina, a lot of the people from the East Coast, from like New York, New Jersey,
Yeah. That's right.
um, you know, I guess all along the East Coast. But the thing what happened is, from what I heard, is that the people that recently moved, like within the last 4 years, they they got priced out of real estate.
Correct. Correct.
So they moved to rent, basically.
Correct.
If they lucky, they found a house that they could buy, but then the prices skyrocketed because now you have this huge real estate bubble, and then you have more more demand than what's available, so that brings the prices up. And then Texas, uh I don't know as far as like what happened in real estate, but as far as you know some of these people owning, I guess some of them are buying properties or getting mortgages, but that's where people move from. It's people that move from to Texas. A lot of them from California and different parts of the country. People in the Midwest, they moved further south too, I guess, but um, a lot of people from Illinois. The number one destination from Illinois is Indiana.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the number one. Or if it's not Indiana, it's Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So I mean, the thing is that
That's
even
correct.
average, I'm just honest with you, just average is, like I'm saying, like 75 plus, and that's what you get from that is you get a basic house,
That's right.
like no more than 150K. um yeah, you basically, with that house, you're if you budget and everything, you'll get by. No brand new car, just a used car that you share with your wife. Um, I mean,
That's a fair
and,
point,
and,
man.
and and if you're making $75,000 a year, I'm talking you're working somewhere as a professional, some type of like you're a teacher or something with you got a teacher certificate or a special education certificate. I mean, you're not just no regular Joe, like, you know, running the
Right.
mill guy that stamps, machinery or something. No, you're a senior professional with some skills, some type of skill sets, some type of teacher, like I said, teacher certification, um, some type of certification or skill set that's in high in demand or much needed. I'm talking about like not average at all. Average now in today, like in the Midwest, average is $20 an hour.
Yeah.
Um, you know, and all of that comes from that.
You
I'm
know,
not,
I'm
yeah,
I'm I'm gonna tell you something, brother. Like, and this is weird coming from me. I think we're in the time period where it's gonna be conquer or be conquered financially. Like a lot of these, if people don't understand that they're in the war of their life financially, and it's time to really get it going, it's gonna
yeah,
be over for a lot of people, man.
yeah. That's what I said earlier. I said like basically, um, a lot of people don't know that like this is like you know you're when you're trying to like because it's not so much. I don't think it's the average people that are trying to do this. The average people are one step away from, let's be real, blowing themselves away or
Yeah,
trying to fight maybe a addiction or starting an addiction because trying to cope with the reality of not really being able to fit in. Um, because yeah, like I say, Midwest average is $20 an hour,
yeah,
working in some factory or um some warehouse somewhere, or you know washing dishes or not even washing dishes, but just like working some like where like just retail store or something. I mean, I don't know. Like it's like definitely $20. It starts about $20 an hour. It's
yeah.
definitely average.
That's that's
And
that's that's a fair point.
you know, I mean, the thing is that those people tend to be on the verge of like I said, suicide to they're trying to cope, trying to figure it out, and then getting stressed out trying to survive.
Yeah,
Um, but the thing is that I said earlier exactly what you said. Like the other end of that spectrum is like people that they're trying to pretend like they arrived or fit in. Like these are the people that they talk with the 100K guys and they don't even make 100K, but
yeah,
they don't tell you that they don't make 100K because they want to fit in,
yeah.
as
Look,
to
a lot,
pretend.
a lot of people making 30K talking shit on people making 100.
Yeah,
They
they want to
and
fit
they
in.
and they flexing like they making 130.
Yeah,
I'm saying
they
it,
want
it,
to fit
it's crazy.
in. They want to fit in, so they don't say nothing. So they don't tell you what they make or whatever. They just by proxy of them not mentioning it, then they fit in with everybody else. Which it's like okay, those types of people they exist in society, and those people get eaten for lunch. Those are the people that actually get fed on as far as what you talking about in
Yeah.
society. They
That,
get they get eaten because the thing is that they can fit in and may be able to fit in for a long time because these individuals, they probably make more than the average person, but they don't make what's required to fit into that quote unquote middle to middle upper middle class lifestyle. But they have some kind of taste to where what they'll do, they won't do what your friend did where they'll take 15 grand to buy a car,
yeah.
and they paid the car off. What they'll do is they'll they'll have um a, a brand new Mercedes that they put down 5 grand, and their car payment is like 900 a month, with the insurance like all in all $1,200.
Yeah. And
And that's just the car.
yeah,
That's just the
that just turns into a time bomb because the thing is you're dealing with the depreciating asset and you got, oh
Yeah,
man, it's just
that's just one car. And then yeah, they're married and they have the husband has a Range Rover and has an expensive car note too. And then they got a mortgage on a house in a subdivision that's close to $300,000, if not $300,000. And they both make, one's a consultant, the other is works at an office for a corporation. So combined, like I said, they make over the average amount. They make combined over $100,000 combined. But they want, either both of them don't make 100 grand by themselves, but they make over $100,000 when they combine
yeah,
incomes.
sure.
And they're trying to fit in, and they do. These are the people that are on Instagram. They take the photos. They have the nice backdrops with the houses. And then where these people kind of get eaten alive is debt. They're in debt. So
That's
they're behind these photos and this facade is fighting, fussing, uh, arguments, uh, you know, depression and stress. And then ultimately, once anything that happens where this is a fissure, it's like a financial fissure,
sure.
meaning one spouse loses the job, or any type of like serious recession comes about, or anything that is a fissure to this uh you know just pile of debt. It's like all over. Like, then it's divorce, severe, breakup. If not, the worst case scenario, they do a murder, suicide. I mean, it gets really, really bad because it's like, you know, they wanted to keep up this facade,
Yeah.
and it's like, you know, they knew both needed each other to keep this up, but they had zero chance of failure, meaning they couldn't take any type of failure, any type of like financial breaks or anything. They had to continuously pay this, and keep these payments going.
Sure.
The repo man come, you know, they gotta hide the car. I mean, like, yeah, it's a lot of people. These are the people that literally feed the economy.
Yeah.
These are the people that overspend, hyperspend, and it's psychological. It's really, really more psychological than anything. It in the psychology is kind of it's keeping up with the Joneses, but it's it's a psychological, because it really ain't based off of any financial um you know strategy or anything like that. It's a psychological um concept to fit in, to the strive. It's kind of like in high school, you know, trying to fit in. So you wear the nice clothes, and so you can sit at the table with the jocks or the cool kids. You know, you wear the whatever jewelry or watch or whatever. It's like you just trying to fit in, and
Correct.
it's all psychological. It's not. It's like, kind of more psychological than anything, or um, you could even say sociological, because it's like, we trying to fit in this society. So you got a lot of people just trying to fit in, but you know, you take the credit away, it wouldn't be able to fit in at all. I mean, a lot of people wouldn't be able. Man, you're from. I don't know how India works or anything. Like, a lot of countries, they don't have the credit system that the United States have.
Yeah. I mean, well, India for a long time didn't have a credit system, but I tell you something that they really don't have. Most countries who are not developed countries don't have a welfare system.
Yeah,
The credit system is one thing, but the lack of a welfare system is a whole different thing.
yeah,
So you either got something or you don't for
yeah,
in most cases.
yeah,
Now that that makes people more resourceful in general because they don't have any sort of governmental apparatus to do anything. But it's an awkward compromise because yeah, I mean that dude might have some job doing something, but the thing is, at the end of the day, he's living hand to mouth with 4 or 5 people too. So
mm.
it's just one of
But
those.
there's some places, a lot of places in Africa, they don't have any credit system.
Yeah,
You either got what you got.
or you don't.
If you don't have it, don't good luck. Ain't
Yeah,
no, I mean, ain't no like bank, no credit union, uh
yeah,
credit card company, no loan company gonna give you a tin hut.
correct.
It's like whatever you have, that's it. And that's why, like, people don't, like, I mean, yeah, like, that's whatever you can get, that's what you got. That's it. So it's like, even if you yeah, if you like, that's how a lot of people are able to transcend. Like, I mean, they're able to, like, be upwardly mobile, is by using credit.
Correct.
And I mean, I ain't faulting nobody for using credit. I'm not I'm not anti credit, but the thing is that how people are able to use credit to kind of like cheat the system of average. Let's just say, like, you started it off with average. Let let's just say, in order to cheat the average system or the system of average, people use credit. Those same people, they don't like me because I shit on their game. I I kind of expose these people, uh, because it's I don't necessarily do what savings minus debt does, call them debt slaves or anything like that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I
He goes a little, extra on it. I mean, he's not wrong,
uh,
but
yeah, I
I
mean,
think
I don't do that, but I do spoil the fun too, because
sure.
the way I look at it is more nuance. Like it is like kind of psychological to a certain extent too, and I spoil the fun to a different degree. But the thing is that, like what you saying about average, that's what these people actually are more close to than not. So in order to cheat this average system or whatever, or the system of average, they use credit to extend themselves so they can get away from average. So what I'm saying is, like, these people, they might be making, like, let's just say 35 an hour instead of 20. Um the average person, right, they'll be making 20, they'll make 35. So they'll take that 35 with credit, and then they'll extend themselves to where they they got a nice house on a nice part of town, um in a very nice neighborhood, and then they'll have the cars to match or whatever, Audi A8 or R8 or whatever, and the other car is a um Mercedes Benz AMG.
Sure.
I mean, and they'll basically just kind of like use credit on borrowed time to pretend that
Right.
they're way over average.
Yeah,
When
they're on some least showpiece shit. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
when in reality they're more close to the guy that make $20 an hour, or a couple that makes both combined $20, $40 an hour. They both work, make $20 an hour. They're more close to them than they are the rich person, the rich couple that the husband works at a law firm, and his partner at a law firm, and makes over $1 million a year, and the wife um, doesn't work or whatever. I mean, that's who can fit in actually that reality of that upper class neighborhood. That's who can actually fit in, no problem. That you know, surgeon that makes $500,000 a year, the dentist that makes couple hundred grand a year. Like that's who can actually fit into that reality of that upper middle class lifestyle. Credit. This is what brought down the 2008 crash in the derivatives market and all of that. Is a lot of these people, and I have to say, like, I don't like to Dodd Frank that. I hate it because um it just, the reason why I hate it is because these, like, benchmarks of, like, being able to be approved, it kind of takes away from the person that kind of does need credit in order to kind of have a house to kind of just to basically have a place to live, you know. And the reason why I I respect it to a certain degree is because these people that use this credit to where they were just taking advantage of credit and just, just because they were able to get it, and then just basically stop paying for the mortgage, and some people couldn't pay for the mortgage and whatnot. It's where it's like basically these people, this is what brought the real estate economy down. It was one of the reasons the real estate um, mortgage market collapsed, because these people that couldn't afford to pay for these mortgages were stuck paying for these mortgages. like
And
like
it,
I'm
and
saying,
it's gonna happen again. I mean,
it's happening now.
there was
It's
something
happening.
there was something I was watching, um, and it was weird because some people that I wouldn't think would say certain things were saying certain things. Um, in the real estate market now, there's a bill that got passed where people that are above 650 on their credit pay less in mortgage fees on their loan than people that have more than a 650 uh, credit score. Now, what they're saying is, yeah,
Is
like,
this static on your end or
is it?
here? Oh,
That's that's weird.
maybe it's on my end. I don't know.
It might be.
Let me see. Hello. Oh, you know what? It went away. I had my phone in the charger, and it
Okay,
was static. Oh wait, then you started talking, and then it went staticky.
that's
Oh
weird.
yeah, yeah.
It is it better now?
No, it's still staticky, but I don't know how it shows.
Don't.
I imagine it will show on the actual live stream. It been like this for a few minutes, but
That's
I
weird.
just yeah, it's whenever you talk, it's like some
Here,
shit.
I'm gonna leave and I'll come back. Hold on
Okay,
one second.
yeah. Um, but yeah, that is exactly one of the reasons why the mortgage collapse happened, was that people were stuck that was paying for these mortgages, and they couldn't pay for these mortgages, and it goes back to basically being using credit
Is it better
to
now?
a little bit. We'll just rock it out. We'll just deal
Okay.
with it. So yeah, I mean, like I said, these these people, instead of kind of getting in where you fit in, they they use credit to um basically get in certain areas where they can't fit in, and um it happens, and it's like some people are able to kind of like do it, and they're able to do it for quite a long time.
Yeah.
um they're able to raise families and stuff like that. Both this is where the whole situation where it comes where both the wife and the husband have to work and stuff like that. And it's like, um, yeah, but not true. Like what most people will. And this kind of goes in the whole Kevin Samuel stuff too, because he was like, the women would call and he'd be like, "Do you want to work or do you?" And the woman would be like, "No, I don't want to work." And it's like, well, your husband has to make basically over six figures, or even multiple six figures in a particular area, in certain areas. And it's like they don't understand that. They don't, and
Yeah.
it's like basically that's the thing what I'm saying. Like it in the upper middle class area, I'm talking like a B to A area. Um you have to um most people that could actually afford that, like I said, a partner at a law firm, surgeon, dentist,
Yeah.
uh, financial hedge fund manager, financial um, a CPA, possibly. Yeah, like I mean, it's just certain professionals, not average, not anywhere close to average.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that they used to have certain qualifications where it will be based off of your income. Now, what I notice is they don't really primarily base it off of your income. If you got the qualifying credit score and the down payment, that's primarily what they're looking at.
Right, but here's the issue, right? Like in the 2000s, we had this concept of stated income.
Right,
Stated income is, yeah, like, look, all we're looking for is for you to tell us how much you make.
right.
And as long as you tell us how much you make, we
Yeah,
can build a loan based on what you state your income is,
right.
right?
Yeah,
And now what they're doing with credit in the sense that people that have less than a 650 pay less in mortgage fees on the loan than people that have a higher credit score. They're saying, it's to quote unquote get low income borrowers into the housing market.
hmm,
But this is not the time you want low income borrowers to get into the housing market. You want
yeah,
them to get into the housing market at the beginning of a housing cycle.
yeah.
Who
And
wants to get in now? Like we're screaming at a top, bro.
yeah, yeah. They're even talking about they're going to offer 40-year mortgages.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I know.
so it's like, I mean, it kind of, the way I look at it, like I said, I mean, you said the whole average thing, and then you mentioned that, you know these people, then they don't understand what they're really getting into and stuff, and it really is, even if they, get that mortgage opportunity and they pay for it. Like I said earlier, they're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars over a period of time, um, in interest payments for that property that they, quote unquote, want to live
Right.
in. And it's like basically, that's that's a lot of money over time. That's money that you could actually, you know, you could do something with. You think about you paying 30,000, I mean 300,000, $400,000 or more over a 30-year period over the amount of the house that was the original purchase price. That's
Right.
that's a lot of money. That's
Yeah,
enough money, well enough more. That's more than enough money for all of your children to go to college with no worries whatsoever about tuition, room and board. That's enough money to set up, really, to be honest, a retirement fund. That's a pretty sizable retirement fund for. shit, like at least a 20-year retirement fund. You're giving away because you want a house somewhere.
Correct.
I mean, even if like just so happen the guy, the couple, they able to do it or get by, whatever. A lot of people just get by. They get used to getting by, you know.
Right.
Some people can just, even if they can't afford it, they get used to being able to afford it or get accustomed to it. You know, or they might work an extra job or whatever the case may be to be able to afford it.
Sure.
And the end result is still the end result.
Sure.
The end result psychologically to these people is, I did it. We arrived. You know, I feel good. I got a few more gray hairs and, dealt with a lot of stress. You know, had a heart attack or two.
Right.
But, we stayed in this neighborhood and we got our house and we got about 10 more years left to pay. It's like, yeah,
I mean, some of these people might have 10 years to pay and 10 years to live.
yeah, that's also that.
See, here's the thing. Warren Buffett said he's not in buying real estate anymore because he only buys assets that he sees an upward value in at the time that he's buying the asset. So if Warren Buffett, and I'm not a fan of Warren Buffett, but I understand his value principle.
Uh-huh.
If Warren Buffett isn't buying houses right now,
Mm-hmm.
then what are normal people doing buying these properties outside of getting screwed? And the reason I say that is because in the last cycle, yeah, the Republicans gave you cheap credit, but the Democrats did what the banks wanted them to do in 2008 and 2009.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, like who's not to say that the bankers that Biden in this election cycle, because the Democrats are the guys that get the most amount of money from Wall Street.
Uh-huh.
Who says that the bankers didn't tell somebody, hey, like we need somebody to drop this shit on.
Uh-huh.
I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but I'm not saying that it did either. It could be one way or the other. But if they're going to drop it on people, they have to drop it on the consumer regardless of whatever the hell's going on. If this is a coincidence or not, the person that's taking the loan and is the person who has the burden to pay is the consumer. It's the consumer.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, this thing is getting crazy though. You got 46 trillion and climbing as far as the United States deficit.
Yeah.
Okay. The boomers are getting older and headed to the retirement homes.
Right.
The silent generation are already there and holding on to a thread. The greatest generation, they're pretty much becoming relics and headed
Correct.
to the grave, you know,
That's correct.
every single day.
Yeah.
Um, and whoever else is left, I mean, they're just holding on. So, I mean, nation is getting older. These people are, you know, um, the boomers, you know, have a lot of wealth. Um, you know, what my question is, or I guess my thought process is, what is gonna be um, the reality of this? Like, 46 trillion deficit. Um, the Gen X is gonna be taking the wheels. Millennials, Gen Z is gonna, you know, have the back seat. I mean, what what is gonna become of this country? Like, what what is that gonna look like? I mean,
Remember, look, I don't, I don't want to believe none of this, um, because even when I'm talking, I'm still going back 10, 20 years to what America used to be. But when we did the Ukraine thing and all this other kind of stuff and what's happening in terms of migration and stuff, look, America's always looking to replace their people with other people. And it is of my opinion now that when the World Economic Forum said you'll own nothing and be happy, they might
wow,
have been, you know,
wow,
trust me, I'm not the person that wants to believe any of that stuff.
wow.
For me to even consider this is hard.
Yeah.
But look, I don't really think that anybody that lives here or even the people that are coming here are safe from anything as long as they don't make enough money to, you know, jump a couple classes financially.
Hmm.
That's really what it comes down to, you
Hmm.
know, because America's always looking for new immigrants. It's either going to be the Latinos, it's either going to be the Ukrainians, it might be the Indians, it might be Arabs, it might be
Hmm.
Africans. I mean, you know, that's what
I
America
mean, I
does.
get all of that. I know
But
I know the parameters as far as, like, you know, population. I'm just saying, well, the boomers, they, you know, we know what the boomers are, but they're getting older.
sure,
They're getting, you know, they're getting to the point where half of them are, you know, they're just old, and the other half of them are in a nursing home or in hospice.
sure,
And it's like, what I'm saying is, it's like, these people have, you know, worked, um they have pensions, they have real estate, um they have this quote unquote money that these other generations are complaining about. They are the, let's go back to the start of the conversation of what you were saying. These are the generations of people that averaged actually worked out. You know,
sure,
I remember, well, I see the old postings on the internet of 1960s house, you know, $20,000 for a
sure.
brand new house in the 60s.
The
Um,
Sears Roebuck catalog kind of shit. Yeah,
yeah, well,
yeah,
that's even worse. That's even more disgusting. The Sears Roebuck houses were from the early 19th century, so those were um $2,000
yeah.
for a brand new house that was delivered by rail car.
Yeah.
The car the rail car would basically by freight offload the entire home kit to basically a truck to your whatever lot or land that you have. They would deliver all of this material to your house, and then the builder would build it. So that's you know that's you talking that's like early 1900s, late 1800s. I'm talking about the 60s, 50s. Um, the children. Well, these were more the boomers were children then. Their parents is the silent generation and the greatest generation. Those are the people that average worked out to where they can have a house, a car. I mean, the cars were like brand new, $2,000.
Sure.
Okay, but the average wage was like 60 cent an hour. So the
Sure.
thing
I
the
don't know.
thing is that that's the average. That was average work though. That average person was expected to get a house, expected to get a car. A used car was like, you know, $60
Sure.
for a used car. I mean, so that worked out for them, their parents. Then the boomers, they got the house from their parents. Some of them smoked it away, some of them drunk it away or shot it away, whatever they poison they chose. But um they got work jobs, and they got mortgages, and they got property and stuff like that. But the the people that the actual Gen Xers complain about actually ain't even the boomers. The people that they're complaining about that bought these houses for 20 grand were the boomers' parents, the silent and greatest
Yeah,
generation.
the silent.
The boomers ain't bought no house for no 20 grand unless they bought it, maybe the early boomers. But the late boomers, they bought in the 80s, the 90s, around that time. And they was lucky to keep their house after all the recessions and whatnot. um but yeah, the whole $2,000 house, 20,000, that yeah, that's not necessary. Like, that's the boomers' parents. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, again, the whole thing is what is the future hold? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I'm looking at this thing, and I'm trying to prospect to see what's going on. I can see what's going on now. I can tell you what's going on now. People are going batshit crazy. Okay. Um,
Yeah.
women women are falling into the whole culture theme. They're trying to
Sure.
sell sell whoredom and pay for play. Um, that actually is part of the culture now, to be a whore. I mean, literally. No, I'm not. I'm just literally speaking from. This is an interview from City Girls, one of the founders of City Girls, young Maya.
Sure.
She said she's an absolute fool. That's what she said.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. I hear you.
Alonzo said boomers still got an inheritance. Our generation got paid to work, and it will pay off.
Oh,
So
shout out to Wanda.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think I messed the phone up by um charging it again. Um,
Okay. Okay, well, I'm pretty much done, brother, because your audio signal's going out. But yeah, it's an interesting prospect, man. Like people that want to go get the money better go get it soon. So that's it.
Uh,
But uh, but yeah, man. Sooner or later, we got to get you to be a bougie brother with with these markets, man. That's what we got to work on. We get
yeah,
you there. We'll
yeah,
get you there. 100%.
yeah.
All right, brother.
It, all right, all right. Yeah, you said quite a bit, man. I ain't gonna lie, you brought out the sword tonight. Well, this early morning, because that
Hey,
average.
man. Look, I got nightmares about this stuff, so it is what it is. Because even though I know what's happening, I don't want people to go through what I know they're going to go through.
Yeah,
But it's really up to them what they want to do. It's not on me. It's their responsibility. So we'll see what they want to do. That's more important. You know. So all right, brother.
all right,
I'm out.
all right.
All right.
Let me see if I can use my other phone here. See if this will work. Let me see here. Um, so I think maybe that might be why it was. Um, all right. So this is okay. All right. Okay. So that. All right. So let me just close this. Yeah. So I know not to use my iPhone anymore. Um, I got an old iPhone. But anyway, yeah. Yeah. I already mentioned the average person, and that was a conversation that you know it was like something that could have been. I mean, we were talking about that. We had some audio issues, but you could have could have talked about that to the sun went down because that is a big thing. That even Alonzo he mentioned. Let's highlight that comment again. He mentioned boomers still got an inheritance. Our generation got told to work hard and it will pay off. So, he's a millennial. I'm a Gen Xer. Um, yeah, I mean, so the average being okay, it was because basically what we were talking about before was the average person. Okay, I already mentioned the average person was able to get a lot out of life. Okay, the average person, silent generation, greatest generation. What did they get? They got house, they got a car, they got enough to where even their wife didn't have to work. Okay, you could just stay home, watch the kids, and their average salary were able to pay for everything, all of the costs, and um, so much so that even the wife didn't have to work. Now, 2023, and this time period, we're talking 1950s, 1960s. Fast forward to
2023 average worker, what is an average worker? An average worker working in a factory, let's just say making $25 an hour, can't possibly do that unless they're like, they would have to be a financial whiz to be able to do that. To be able to do that in the Midwest, um, it would be very tough. But you could do that, but you have to be very financially disciplined. Most people are not financially disciplined to do that. But let's just say the average worker, $25 an hour in the United States, cannot achieve the same results in 2000 in the 1950s and 60s, where a house was, you know, 20 grand, brand new. A car was, $2,000, and that was for a premium car. If you just wanted a regular car, it was like $1,500, brand new. Used, it was like $50 to $60. Okay. And then the house, if you wanted a used house, you probably can get a used house for probably 5 grand, and it was move-in ready. So now it's just not the same math. It's not the same. It's not the same. Um, you know, uh, amounts. The amounts are a lot higher. Um, even the boomers, you know, not all of the boomers are rich. Not all of the boomers have money. Um, they were given inheritance because the houses were so cheap. They, they, don't come from a family having you're not eating. I knew at an early age I wasn't expecting it. Tell you a story, for example, because you know what, it is what it is. You know, good luck on me trying to get any sleep or whatever before I go to work. But I never forget one of my homies, his baby mama, before she was even his baby mama, before he nutted all in her, and had his son. Uh, the mom died. She had a brother, and basically, I remember going over there, and the mom already died. I think she worked for the federal government, and the son had he used to go to a camp with Michael Jordan. He was like when he was younger, and he had a DuPont Registry magazine on the nightstand. I mean on the table in the living room. So he was already looking for an exotic car to purchase with my on mom's dime. And I don't know what the daughter was looking to get into, but I'll tell you what happened. After about a year or two, she was flat broke. She needed to go live with my homie's father, you know, and she needed emergency food stamps and also Section 8. And her mom left the house. They both split and sold the house for profit. And she also had life insurance policies and whatnot. Don't know what happened to the brother, but the daughter she went flat broke. I'm talking about super broke. Um, not I mean, like some people go broke and then they go get an apartment. Nah, she went broke and she had to go live with his father. Okay, and that's not even her father. They weren't married. That's like her her son's grandfather. I mean, that's really really bad if you think about it. And it's like, yeah, that actually happened. That actually literally happened. Um, I mean, it's if you don't have the proper financial tools in your head already, and the discipline and the mental fortitude and the spiritual fortitude, um, you get any type of money, it's you're gonna blow it. I mean, that's just how that goes. Um, you don't understand this financial system, this beast of a system that we live in. You will get devoured and eaten alive. You know, um, I killed two uh, groundhogs, and I put them in my fire pit. And before I will set them ablaze, I set them ablaze last night. I I let the flies eat them, and the flies, they start going crazy because it's just so much protein and fat. So what they do is they start, you know, rapidly consuming the flesh, you know, the guts, whatever. And then while they're feasting, they're actually fucking too. They're having fly sex. And then while they're having fly sex also and eating, they're laying eggs. And they lay eggs inside the carcass. Okay, I already know this, I mean, obviously you've seen this shit, uh, you know, million times or whatever. And I just, let them do their thing, and I just waited the nightfall, and then I set them all ablaze. And I'll have to do it again because I didn't really get all of the carcass of the groundhog. But I'll just say all of that to say that, you know, that's that's how I look at things as far as, these financial companies, man. I seen how they roll, man. And, these companies, you're just one man thinking about just how you're one man trying to go up against a company, it just you gotta think about it. You're one person trying to defeat an entire corporation, a corporate body. They're called a corporate body. We trying to defeat a corporate body. I have to go to work. I have to get up and go to work for a corporate body that has a contract with another corporate body. And I have to put my body in there and do what I gotta do. I mean, basically, what I gotta do is I gotta go sleep for lunch again. You know, that's literally what I do. I don't even eat. You know, I just basically I just go to sleep during my lunch hours, and you know, it ain't necessarily what I want to do, but it's what I've been doing. But the thing is all of that said, is that, yeah, I mean, this system is definitely, you gotta, if you do look at it like that, I think you will fare better. Because um you'll be more financially defensive. What I'm saying, a lot of this stuff is financially defensive. Be A lot of the frugal guy, like my uncle, he's frugal. He's very frugal. That's a form of financial defense. You know, um, being very. He remembers when he was kicked out of his mom's house and he was homeless. He had nowhere to go. A lot of people like that are financially defensive because they get it. They've been out and about. They've been in rock bottom, and they remember that shit. And I would say that for most people, I think you need to remember a time where you were rock bottom to kind of just kind of humble yourself to where you don't do something stupid and just jump out the window because you remember the time like I'll throw myself under the bus and embarrass myself. I remember I was so broke in 2012. I'll give you a story. So fucking broke, so bummed out. I didn't have any car. Listen to Dave Ramsey. I gave my car away. But to be honest, I mean, I probably would have fucked. Who knows what happened? I was just out bad. So I didn't have a fucking dime in my pocket, dollar, a dollar to show nothing, and I needed to like get on a bus to go, wherever the hell I was going, and it was like in the middle of winter, and you know what that broad did? The bus lady did during the middle of the um going across the um highway or whatever. Man, the nearest bus stop, she fucking opened the bus door and let my ass out in the cold weather. I remember days like that when I gotta humble myself. Now, did she have to do that? No, she didn't. Was she a old black lady that basically that is probably a crone? Yeah, yeah. She definitely didn't probably you know like men or black men or whatever. Did she have to do that? No, she could have just took me where I was going. I mean, that wasn't something that she had to do, but that's what she decided to do, and she had the power to do that. Do I remember what she looks like? Do I know her name? No, I don't. I don't even care, to be honest, but that actually did happen. And just shit like that I remember, you know, hey, you need to save your fucking money. You need to, not, you know, be in a situation where you asked out with no pencil. I mean, it's just I don't know, man. I mean, what I'm saying? It's like, it's just certain moments like that that I think about from time to time. I actually don't even think about that. I think of like worship shit that happened to me. Like that's Disneyland compared to like other shit that I went through. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, that's what I do. I mean, everybody has their own little ways of dealing with things. I mean, to be honest, sometimes I just um I try to be optimistic about it. I don't necessarily try to think about the you know the bad old days or whatever. But time to time I do. I just what I'm saying. I remember certain things to humble myself. You know what I'm saying? Especially if I get out of whack or get out of balance. But um, the thing is that yeah, I mean, I definitely say Chicago. I've seen people get chewed up and spit out. I mean, I've literally seen people go from the suburbs to Chicago and get spit out, get chewed up and absolutely spit out. You know, I've seen it. And it's like they don't. You know what I'm saying? They don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like Chicago is not one of them places where you want to, you know, um, be all friendly with everybody because there's people that take advantage of you and chew you up and literally spit you out. Take whatever they can from you and chew you up and spit you out. It's a lot of places like that. It's a lot of people that will do that to you. You know, and it's like, you learn, um,
what to do and what not to do. You know, it's it's American Greed stories every single day. You know, I remember the story about, and this was in Chicago too. It was some white dudes going around like looking for people that needed. I think they needed like home repairs, and basically a lot of these people were old, elderly uh, families or women that black neighborhoods, and they were just misinformed individuals or whatever. And basically, what happened was they um they they signed these people up to get these home repairs, and they were getting like bank loans and signing these people up for home repairs, and they would come in and pretend like they were doing work, and then they would just not show up after showing up like maybe one or two visits, and then leaving like a bunch of rubble, and basically scamming these people. It's taking the loan money for the home repairs, and then some of them, they got tired of doing that, and they start signing people up and taking over people's mortgages. They start doing like the thing is, like, some people, you hear a little bit about it, where they'll sign their deed over, like they'll deed fraud, like people are literally, they'll try to get your deed, and they'll sign their name over into your deed. They'll sign their name to your deed, and basically fraudulently claim your deed, which is your property, your real estate. Like, people would do that, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's people that just haven't got caught yet, or already got caught, and they haven't even done their American Greed story yet. That's all you gotta know. You know what I'm saying? These companies, man, they got all of these class action lawsuits. They're constantly doing class action lawsuits because these companies, man, doing all counterbalance. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you right now, Google. If you do Google ads, don't use no credit card, man. You're gonna have to cancel your credit card, because what Google does, right? So you do some Google ads, you'll literally be like, you know what? I don't want no more ads. You put on there, like, on the like settings page or whatever, no more ads, right? Nope. Google don't care about you saying you don't want no more ads. They're gonna continue charging your credit card. That's some motherfucking class action shit right there. How you gonna how you gonna keep charging my credit card when I told you I don't want to no more fucking ads? But these companies, man, they so hungry, they so greedy, they'll just do shit until they get caught, you know. But yeah, I learned the hard way. You gotta Certain things you gotta do, like, you need like a prepaid card, like a net spend card. Like, I ain't saying Google ads ain't effective. I mean, I ain't really have no success with Google ads. I ain't make no money with Google ads. The only thing that I did as far as marketing where I made some money, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't worth it. I did Yelp reviews, and Yelp Yelp was good for services, like, for my computer business. I had got like a lead from Yelp. I got a couple leads, but I spent like $500 and I got like one lead, made like $170 off. I got one service call, so it's like it really didn't. I didn't get the return from what I spent on the ads, but Yelp, I actually got some money. Google, no, I didn't. I didn't get no money off Google ads, and I ain't spend no $500 either. I think I spent like all in all like over $100 or $200 or something like that. But it was like, yeah, they kept charging my card and shit. It was like, I even after I set up that I don't want no more ads and shit. And it's like, yeah, this little shit like that. You think about it. They charged my card after I said no. Google is a multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar company, right? If I'm one man that they charging my card on some gangster shit after I told them I ain't want my card charged, how many other millions and thousands of people were they charging their card after they told them that they didn't want they card charged? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like it's just little shit like that. Like, man, you gotta be careful, man. These companies, they, they real sneaky. You know what I'm saying? You gotta really, really watch these people. And then if you even try to sue them, they got lawyers. They got teams of lawyers that's paid. Like a corporate lawyer got the best. Well, a corporate lawyer really has the best as like being a lawyer. Being a corporate lawyer is really good because it's like you could always be on the golf course because you don't really have that many cases and litigations going on. It's kind of like you're just paid for your services and you can kind of be a slacker. If you're a corporate lawyer, like I said, like you hardly ever in the office, only if it's like an active case or some current litigation, you know, um a lot of what they do, the corporate lawyers, they just pay to just basically just they'll just basically they'll try to drag you out for years for a case to make basically force you to give up, because they got paid lawyers, they got you know that's what their attorneys are for you to just basically stall you out and, until you give them some type of settlement offer or they give you a settlement offer. So it's like, yeah, I mean, these companies, man, you know they really they're really something else, man. Trying to deal with them, and you gotta basically think about it like you gotta either sue them, you gotta get a lawyer to sue them, and even if you sue them, you know they got enough lawyers that will drag you out for years. They got a lot of they got more resources and money than you got. So you got to prove that they did something wrong, and it might it'll be very difficult, uh, to do that with just you by yourself. I mean, it's been done, but it's like they they got a big team to just you know just yourself by yourself or whatever. But hey man, I mean, I've all I can say is, I mean, I'll give my predictions as far as where things is going, as far as this whole generational thing. I mean, right now, what I see is uh it's just gonna be more societal breakdown, and it's gonna be micro pockets of, I think, just people that want to have like a certain, like, I guess, old fashioned lifestyle where they're actually married, have children. It's just gonna be micro pockets of you know different communities that's where that exists. Because I could tell you by the stats. One of the things that I've seen about just looking up real estate, I learned quite a bit about where society is just by looking up local real estate. Um, the societies now, I mean, as far as how things are, where marriage is prevalent, if that's what you want to do, is basically be in A neighborhoods. You know, I mean, basically that's where marriage is prevalent. Like, I mean, it's only it's only so many B and A neighborhoods in America. I mean, it's just even across the board, like as far as race non-specific, like it's just not that many B and A neighborhoods. So I mean, that's just what I see as far as things. So everything, I mean, what I'm seeing is just kind of, yeah, like I already said, like, yes, immigration is going to continue to just basically, yeah, replace people. Because, yeah, you got to think about it. You know, hum, human competition always exists. And yeah, if somebody comes in, if you're a slacker, um, you're not going to get the job. They're going to get the job. They will replace you, you know. So you got all of these immigrants coming in, and you want to just be the average slacker. You're not going to get the job, or you're going to get let go. They're going to get you priced out or whatever, or exit out, and that's that. And you technically you won't be able to survive. You won't be able to, what I'm saying, fit in, and that's that. Like, I mean, that's the way that goes, and it goes for everybody. Like, be honest, I'm gonna tell you the black pill shit about this immigration thing. Immigration is replacing everybody. So you even got white people. You know who's replacing white people? The Eastern Europeans, the Polish, the Ukrainians, the Russians. They replacing white people. So all the white people that get shot, they're shooting up heroin and fentanyl and going crazy and dying. They bringing them white people from Eastern Europe to replace them. Black people, Africans, Haitians, Caribbean. I mean, everybody know that. Then also the Hispanics, and the Hispanics is replacing the poor white people too. That whatever they, what I'm saying, like they replacing everybody. You know what I'm saying? So they they not stopping because it's like you got a lot of these countries in South America and then you got Mexico, you got Honduras. Um, they a lot of these places, man, the people there, they don't have no money. They don't have no infrastructure to survive and shit. So they come to America. They come to America. And a lot of them come to America to get to Canada. Truth be told, they trying to get to Canada. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that it's not so much about like working and shit. It's about intelligence. It's about being intelligent. You know what I'm saying? Like being smart. You know what I'm saying? It's a smart situation. Like if you the average person, you not really, you know, reading, you're not researching, you're not learning, you're not growing, yeah, you gonna be replaced. You're not listening and shit like that. You're not paying attention. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, to be honest, what I'm doing, I'm literally following, I'm literally doing what the Mexicans doing. You know what the Mexicans doing in Gary, Indiana? Doing what I'm doing. And I'm doing it better than they are, but they doing what I'm doing. They buying houses that's abandoned, and they fixing it up faster than I do because they got a whole team, they got money. Some of them they got cartel money, whatever. But yeah, they following the advice that I'm telling basically the world. They doing the shit. They actually doing it because they need a place to live too. They need, you know what I'm saying? They gotta basically Mexicans and black people have always been basically competing in America. And a lot of times Mexicans are comfortable living around black people. And they Mexicans actually are how I look at Mexicans or Hispanics, I'll just say, they kind of like they're a buffer group. White people use Mexicans to deal with black people, in my opinion. These are just my opinions. They use Mexicans to deal with black people as far as like for example, they'll use Mexicans like to collect rent from black people. I've seen it done in Chicago. They'll use Mexicans to like, okay, go and evict black people from a property. You know what I'm saying? Of course, a handyman or whatever, go fix a problem. And then they'll also, you know what I'm saying? Like I've seen a lot of times what I see is like Hispanics are actually be like a driving force in gentrification. Whether you say from construction, because Hispanics are known for construction. That's one of the biggest things that Hispanics of, like whether it be landscaping and also construction. So when I see Hispanics a lot of times working on houses, what I notice is they're kind of like a driving force for gentrification. So a lot of times, basically, what I'm saying is, in my opinion, a lot of time when I see Hispanics working on houses, it's like a sign of gentrification. And a lot of times, it's not even just people using them to work on properties. They're seeing opportunities themselves, and then they're taking advantage of it because they know the value of land and real estate as well. You know what I'm saying? Mi casa, su casa. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, I'm be honest with you. Like they, me, so when I came around here and that's what I saw, I knew I was doing the right thing because it's like, you know what I'm saying? The Mexicans was right there, working. Whenever I see the Mexicans working, that's a good sign. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the thing is that yeah, I don't really gotta tell them nothing. They're already doing it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Um, whenever you see this is shit that you might not know. Whenever you see like Mexicans took over Compton. They took over Compton. They could damn sure take over Gary, Indiana. That's all I'm gonna say. Like if they took, and I've never been to Compton, California. I heard about Compton, California from various rap artists, from Easy E, NWA, so on and so forth. Right? when I mean, literally Mexicans with gangs and all that. You know, they took over Compton, California. So ask yourself this: you think they can't take over Gary, Indiana if they took over Compton, California? That's my question that I ponder to you. for you to tell me. You know what I'm saying? Like, and how they took it over was they was all united. They moved in. They bought the properties, fixed them up, and it was power in numbers. You know what I'm saying? So if you think that they couldn't take over, that they took over Compton, California, they can't take over Gary, Indiana. You got another thing coming, buddy. Because I think they can. I mean, even though I'll say this, Compton, Compton is like, California. They say California is Mexico because it's so close to Mexico. Because California, the border is right there, Tijuana. You know what I'm saying? When I was in San Diego, Tijuana, the border was like right there. You could, cross to go to Tijuana. It was very close. Um, but the thing is that that's one of the reasons I think because Mexico is so close. Mexico is the gateway from South America, Honduras, Mexico for the basically migration. It's like a migration hub. You know what I'm saying? So they coming right over the border. You know, so to get to Chicago, it's a little bit more complicated to get to Gary. Gary is like 15 minutes away from Chicago. It's a little bit more complicated, but a slow progress. Yeah, I mean, definitely Hispanics have took over parts of Chicago. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you a city that Hispanics took over that I seen before my eyes. This is a city called Chicago Heights. In the last 20 or so years, let's say 25 years, that's one city that I've seen Mexicans just take over. Like, and without no hardly any violence or anything. They just moved in. It's just like, okay, just like the town that I grew up in. I grew up in a town called Dalton, Illinois. We just moved in. We moved from Chicago. It was already a few black people there in Dalton. The white people just left. We It was some fights. It was a lot of talk. It was niggas go back to Africa. I mean, we said probably a few hunkies and crackers and shit. But yeah, they just left. And Chicago Heights is, I mean, the real estate was for sale. They bought it, whether it was legal money, cartel money, whatever. They bought it in, and basically, there you go, voila. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole Chicago Heights is primarily Hispanic. Okay, same thing goes for a town called Waukegan, Illinois. Waukegan, Illinois, the same. Primarily white people and blacks. Mexicans just moved in, and then boom, there you go. Waukegan, you can call it Little Mexico. In Chicago Heights, Chicago, Mexico. Literally, I'm not making this shit up. And this is within 20 years. I mean, a generation. That's all it takes. One generation. You know. So I mean, shoot, it could happen. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be honest with you. No shade on the Hispanics or Mexicans. Well, Waukegan is a well-to-do, it's a nice city. Chicago Heights is decent. They didn't move in and turned it into the ghetto. It was already the ghetto. They moved in, and it's not like it was when the white people was there, but it's they got their own businesses and whatnot, and it's not bad. It's not like all messed up. The houses are straight. I mean, Waukegan, um, it's still like a few white people, still a few black people, but it's not like fucked up or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they didn't just come in and just turn the place into a complete dump. You know what I'm saying? Like Gary, Indiana, because here's the thing. This I'm gonna leave you with before I get up out of here. Mexicans have a language. It's called Spanish. Hispanics have a language. It's called Spanish. They have a language. They're a united people. They're united within that language, and they know how to work. You know, and they know how to use their people. Um, you know, to work. They pro marriage because they're primarily Catholic. They're Catholicism is basically the traditions and the culture of Rome. Okay, and they follow the Roman traditions. A lot of them they teach their children to speak Latin, which is Rome, the language of Rome, and they you know what I'm saying, like that's what they do. They marry early, and what I'm saying, they have families. You know what I'm saying, and that's how you take over. You know, families take over. When we moved from where we moved to Dalton, the it was a bunch of families moving in. It wasn't it was a few baby mamas and shit. Some of my homies, man, they mama was, yeah, definitely a baby mama. But most of us, we had families, man. You know, fathers and mothers, and and siblings, and we, you know what I'm saying, we you know most of the people I grew up with, you know what I'm saying, they had a mom and a dad. You know what I'm saying? They were married. You know what I'm saying? And wasn't perfect, but that's how we thrive. Just like the Hispanics. You know what I'm saying? We thrive. You know, um, now things a little bit different. I'm not saying that some people can't be single parents and still thrive. I mean, it still fit in. I'm not saying all baby mamas ain't full of shit and bad, because you do have some that know how to do things, and they know how to talk to they children's father, and they know how to function and know how to be good mothers. We it's some outliers, you know what I'm saying? Cause like I never forget Isaiah Thomas, his mom, she ain't take no shit. And that's why he's Isaiah Thomas. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, I mean that's what I leave you with. Um, damn, this is a long ass fucking live stream, man. It was pretty good though. Yeah, Iori came up. He gave a head buster with the whole average concept, the average man. The average man, yeah, the average man in society now, he'll forget it. You might as well get some weed and smoke that shit, and goddamn it, get some tequila and some beer, and goddamn it, you know what I'm saying? Just try to cope, because trying to be average in this society, man, it just ain't gonna work, bro. It's the average. The average man was consumed and destroyed after, let's just say, probably the mid 70s. the average man was consumed and deleted in society. To be average now, you need in the Midwest to be average. You definitely need about $35 an hour. I mean, whatever that means to be average. In on the East Coast and West Coast, you might need a little bit more, a lot more. Um, yeah, I mean, being average, it just the price went up. You know, price went up.